Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The clocks in the control room of Reactor Unit 4 clicked forward past midnight, and Alexander Akimov settled into his chair with the particular kind of tired focus that comes from working nights. Around him, the control room hummed with the low industrial symphony he'd learned to read like music. Cooling pumps maintaining their rhythm, ventilation systems cycling air through concrete corridors, indicator lights painting the panels in steady greens and ambers. The reactor was stable at reduced power, coasting toward a planned maintenance shutdown, and the paperwork on his desk outlined a safety test scheduled for later in the shift. Nothing about April 26, 1986 felt unusual. The coffee was bitter in the same familiar way. The handoff from the evening crew had been routine. Outside, the town of Pripyat was sleeping under a clear sky, and if you'd asked anyone in that control room what kind of night they were expecting, the answer would have been simple. Ordinary. Akimov was the shift foreman, which meant the test was his responsibility to coordinate, though the real authority in the room came from Deputy Chief Engineer Anatoly Dyatlov, who'd arrived to oversee the procedure. The test itself had a reasonable purpose, verifying that the reactor's turbines could produce enough electrical power during their coast down to keep essential cooling systems running in the event of a grid failure, at least until the emergency diesel generators could start up. It was the kind of engineering question that sounds prudent in a planning meeting. Can our safety margins handle this specific scenario? The test had been delayed from the day shift, pushed forward into the night, because the electrical grid still needed the reactor's power output during the afternoon. So here they were, working through a checklist that had been designed months earlier, trying to maintain control over a reactor that was supposed to be slowing down but kept drifting in ways that required constant adjustment. Leonid Toptunov, the senior reactor control engineer, sat at the main control panel with his hands near the switches that governed the control rods, the neutron-absorbing mechanisms that determined how fast the nuclear reaction proceeded. He was young, technically skilled, and trying to keep the reactor at the prescribed power level for the test, which was proving harder than the procedure suggested it would be. The reactor had dropped too low earlier in the evening, falling to around 30 megawatts when they needed it to stabilise at 700. Getting it back up meant withdrawing control rods, pulling back the materials that slow the reaction, and that meant operating with fewer safety margins than the design intended. Toptunov knew this. Everyone in the room knew this, but the test had already been delayed once, and there was pressure, unspoken but present, the way pressure always is in hierarchical systems, to complete what they'd started. The RBMK reactor design had characteristics that didn't advertise themselves clearly to operators. It was huge, modular, built in a way that let the Soviet Union construct nuclear capacity quickly without requiring the massive containment domes that Western designs used. But it had quirks. At low power, the reactor became less stable. If power started to rise, certain feedback effects could amplify that rise instead of dampening it. The control rods, which were supposed to be a safety mechanism, had graphite tips that could briefly increase reactivity when they were first inserted. A design feature that seemed negligible on paper but mattered desperately in the specific conditions they were creating that night. None of this was secret. Engineers knew it. But knowing something in a training manual and feeling it in your body as you watch power levels fluctuate are different kinds of knowledge. Around 1 a.m, the reactor was running in a configuration that violated multiple safety protocols. Too many control rods had been withdrawn. The automatic shutdown systems had been deliberately disabled to prevent them from interrupting the test. The emergency core cooling system was disconnected. Each decision had seemed justified in the moment, necessary to complete the procedure, acceptable because the reactor seemed stable, defendable because authority figures had approved the plan. This is how systems fail. Not because someone twirls a mustache and decides to cause a disaster, but because a series of small choices, each made with some justification, compound into a situation where the margins of error have been stripped away and the machine is being held in place only by the continued absence of anything unexpected. At 01:23:04, the test began. Turbine feed valves were closed to simulate a loss of power, and the turbines started their coast down, their massive momentum gradually converting to the electricity that was supposed to keep cooling pumps running. For a few seconds, the scenario unfolded as planned. Then the power started to rise. Not dramatically at first, just an uptick, the kind of fluctuation that might normally be easy to correct. But with so many control rods already withdrawn, with the reactor in a state where rising power created conditions that encouraged more rising power, the increase didn't stop when Topchinov moved to stabilize it. The operators hit the emergency shutdown button, the AZ5 switch, which should have driven all the control rods into the core and halted the reaction. But those graphite tips went in first, and in the lower part of the reactor where they entered, reactivity increased. The power surge that followed happened faster than human reaction time. In a few seconds, the reactor went from unusual to uncontrollable to physically impossible. Thermal energy building beyond what the materials could contain, fuel rods rupturing, steam pressure rising until the fundamental structure of the core couldn't hold. The first explosion was likely a steam explosion, water flashing to vapour with such force that it blew the 1,000-ton reactor cap off its housing. The second explosion followed almost immediately, possibly from hydrogen, possibly from the rapid expansion of vaporized fuel. The explosions tore through the building's roof, scattered burning graphite and fuel across the facility, and exposed the remains of the reactor core directly to the night air. Radiation that should have been contained inside layers of shielding and cooling systems was suddenly atmospheric, pouring upward in the heat plume from burning graphite, drifting on winds that didn't respect the boundaries anyone had drawn on safety maps. In the control room, the explosion felt like the building itself had convulsed. Lights failed, debris rained, alarms that were supposed to provide information instead created chaos. Too many signals, too much noise, and the minds trying to process it all were still working with the assumption that this was a problem with a solution, a malfunction that could be managed if they just understood what had broken. Akimov and Topchinov, along with others in the control room, initially refused to believe that the reactor had been destroyed. They'd spent years learning that the reactor was robust, that its systems had redundancy, that catastrophic failure wasn't supposed to be possible. When Dyatlov insisted the core was intact and ordered them to begin emergency cooling procedures, they tried. They went into corridors filled with dust and steam, trying to open valves manually, trying to pump water into a reactor that no longer existed in the form they imagined. Outside the main building, the night had changed in ways that fire crews could see but not understand. Flames rose from the turbine hall where burning debris had landed. The roof glowed. Smoke carried particulates that measured lethality in units most people never learn. The first firefighters from the plant zone brigade arrived within minutes, and those from Pripyat's fire station soon followed. They saw a building fire, which is a problem they knew how to fight. They unreeled hoses, climbed ladders, directed water onto visible flames, and worked with the kind of focused urgency that comes from training and courage. What they couldn't see was that they were operating inside a radiation field strong enough to deliver lethal doses in minutes. The graphite burning on the roof wasn't just a fuel source for the fire. It was scattering radioactive isotopes into the air they were breathing, onto the surfaces they were touching, into the water they were using. Lieutenant Vladimir Pravik led his crew onto the roof of the turbine hall, where chunks of ejected reactor core lay glowing with heat that had nothing to do with chemical combustion. His men worked through the night, exhausting themselves in the effort to contain what they could see, unaware that their bodies were accumulating damage at the cellular level, that the nausea some of them started to feel wasn't from smoke or exertion, but from their bone marrow beginning to fail. By dawn, they'd controlled the visible fires. By dawn, many of them had received doses high enough that survival was no longer a medical likelihood, but a matter of how much time remained. The workers who'd been in the reactor building, trying to execute Dyatlov's orders to cool the core, encountered conditions that should have been impossible. Valves that wouldn't open because the structures around them had been destroyed. Water that poured into spaces and disappeared because the circulation systems no longer existed. Radiation meters that went off scale, which meant the actual exposure was higher than the instruments could read. Some understood immediately that something irrevocable had happened. Others worked on, driven by the belief that effort mattered, that doing something was better than accepting catastrophe. Alexander Yuvchenko, a mechanical engineer on shift, saw the reactor hall destroyed, saw the fuel channels glowing in the wreckage, and understood in a way that made him feel physically sick that the core was gone. But what do you do with that understanding? You still have co-workers somewhere in the building. You still have a fire burning. You still have some fragment of hope that someone, somewhere, knows what to do next. By the time the sun came up, 2 workers were confirmed dead from the immediate trauma of the explosions, and dozens more were showing symptoms of acute radiation syndrome. Nausea, vomiting, skin reddening, the kind of distress that means cells are dying faster than the body can replace them. They were taken to the medical unit at the plant, then transported to hospitals in Pripyat and later to specialized facilities in Moscow, where doctors with experience treating radiation exposure began the grim work of trying to support patients whose bodies were failing at the molecular level. The workers with the highest exposures, including many of the firefighters and plant personnel who'd been closest to the exposed core, faced doses above 4 to 6 grays, the threshold where survival becomes statistically unlikely even with intensive medical care. Over the following weeks, 28 of them would die. Their deaths were not quick. Radiation doesn't kill like a bullet. It kills like a slow unmaking, immune systems collapsing, infections blooming, organs failing, as the cells needed to maintain them can't divide anymore. In Pripyat, morning arrived with an unsettling normalcy. The explosion had been loud enough to wake some residents, but the city was 3 kilometers from the plant, and explosions in industrial settings, while alarming, aren't necessarily interpreted as catastrophic. Some people looked toward the plant and saw smoke. Some called friends who might have information. Some went back to sleep. Children woke up for school. Adults prepared for work. The mechanisms of daily life continued because there was no visible rupture in the social order, no announcement, no sirens wailing the specific pattern that means evacuate immediately. The radiation moving through the air didn't make itself known in any human perceptible way. It had no colour, no taste, no smell, no temperature. You could stand in a place where the dose rate would kill you in hours and feel nothing wrong except perhaps a faint metallic taste that you might attribute to anything. Officials in Pripyat and in the regional governments were receiving fragmented information, reports from the plant that something serious had happened, but initial assessments that downplayed the severity, either out of genuine confusion or institutional reluctance to declare a disaster without certainty. The Soviet system in 1986 did not reward local officials for sounding alarms that might later be deemed overreactions. So the morning proceeded with deliberation that felt responsible, gathering information, consulting with experts, waiting for measurements to clarify the situation, while the invisible contamination spread. Children played outside. People went to the market. A wedding took place. These details matter because they illustrate the gap between physical reality and social reality. The danger was already present, already inside people's bodies, already settling onto surfaces and into soil, but it hadn't yet been named as danger in the official language that makes danger real to institutions. Radiation measurements in Pripyat began to show elevated levels, but the numbers were hard to interpret without context, and the context was being controlled. By midday, on April 26, dosimetry teams with functioning instruments were recording readings high enough to indicate that evacuation should be immediate, but the decision-making apparatus moved at the speed of committees and phone calls, and the psychological difficulty of accepting that you might need to move an entire city. Pripyat was a young city, purpose-built to house the workers of the Chernobyl plant and their families. It had schools, a hospital, an amusement park under construction, a population proud of being part of the Soviet Union's nuclear energy program. The idea that this city would need to be abandoned, and quickly, was not an idea that fit easily into anyone's plans. The decision to evacuate came late on April 27th, more than a day after the explosion. Residents were told to prepare for a temporary absence, 3 days, maybe a week, just until the situation at the plant was stabilised. They were instructed to bring minimal belongings, to leave their apartments secure, to proceed in an orderly fashion to the buses that would transport them to other towns. The tone was calm, even reassuring. This was a precaution, not a disaster. People believed it because believing it allowed them to stay composed, to pack a small bag instead of confronting the possibility that they might never return. They left behind family photographs, furniture arranged just so, dishes in the sink, books half read, children's toys on bedroom floors. The city emptied in a matter of hours, roughly 45,000 people moving through the streets toward buses, and then the buses moving away, and then the city standing empty in the spring afternoon, still intact, still waiting, as if its residents might return any moment. They would not return. The radiation levels in Pripyat would remain too high for permanent habitation, and the decision that felt temporary would become permanent. Years later, when journalists and photographers visited the abandoned city, they would find those half-finished lives frozen in place. A classroom with lessons still on the chalkboard, an apartment with a table set for a meal never eaten, a nursery with cribs that would never be used again. The evacuation of Pripyat has become one of the iconic images of Chernobyl, not because of the explosion itself, but because of this eerie aftermath. A modern city stopped mid-moment, emptied not by war or earthquake, but by something invisible that made the very ground unlivable. The exclusion zone expanded as authorities recognized the scale of contamination. Within the first days, an area roughly 30 kilometers around the plant was cordoned off, and everyone within that radius was moved. By mid-May, about 116,000 people from the most heavily contaminated settlements had been evacuated. Later, as longer-term contamination patterns became clear, another 220,000 people would be relocated from areas where radiation levels posed ongoing risks. These numbers represent entire communities uprooted, villages that had existed for generations suddenly emptied, people moved to unfamiliar cities or collective housing, lives reshaped around the fact that home had become a place you couldn't go. The evacuations were organised with the efficiency the Soviet system could muster when it chose to act, but efficiency doesn't erase trauma. People left behind not just possessions but identities. Farmers without their land, teachers without their schools, families without the neighbourhoods where everyone knew each other. They were resettled, given housing, compensated in ways that bureaucracies measure compensation, but you can't compensate someone for the loss of the place where their parents are buried, where they learned to walk, where every street corner holds a memory. The exclusion zone became a kind of scar on the map, a space that still exists but is no longer fully part of the human world, patrolled and monitored and slowly being reclaimed by forests and animals that don't metabolize radiation the way policymakers wish they would. Inside the plant, the reactor continued to burn. The graphite fire wasn't something you could extinguish with water. Graphite at high temperatures reacts with water to produce hydrogen, which could cause more explosions. So the response involved helicopters dropping loads of sand, clay, boron, and lead onto the exposed reactor, trying to smother the fire and absorb the radiation. Helicopter pilots flew mission after mission through air thick with radioactive particles, maneuvering over the gaping wound of Unit 4, releasing their loads and banking away, knowing that each flight accumulated dose, that there was no safe way to do what needed to be done. Some of those pilots would later develop radiation-related illnesses. Some would die. The official narrative praised their heroism, which was real, but heroism doesn't make the consequences less severe. By early May, the fire was finally under control, but the reactor remained lethally radioactive, and the structure around it was unstable. Engineers and officials began planning a massive containment structure, what would later be called the sarcophagus, a concrete and steel shell to entomb the reactor and prevent further release of radioactive material. Building it required workers to operate in fields of radiation, intense enough that time limits were measured in seconds. Crews would run in, perform a task, weld a piece of metal, pour concrete, install a support, and run out before their dosimeters hit the maximum allowable exposure. Thousands of workers rotated through the site, each contributing a small piece of the containment effort, each accumulating dose that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. The sarcophagus was completed by November 1986, a brutal industrial feat accomplished by treating human bodies as expendable resources, dosing them up to limits and then rotating in fresh workers over and over until the structure stood. The radiation released from Chernobyl didn't respect borders. Winds carried it northwest over Belarus, north into Scandinavia, west across Europe. Countries thousands of kilometers away detected radioactive isotopes in their air and rainwater. Sweden's radiation monitors registered the contamination before Soviet officials had publicly acknowledged the severity of the accident. The plume moved according to atmospheric dynamics, weather patterns, precipitation, the chaotic interactions of air masses, depositing cesium-137, strontium-90, and iodine-1 in patterns that were highly uneven. Some areas close to the plant received relatively low contamination. Some areas far away received hotspots where rain had brought particles down in concentrated bursts. Mapping the contamination took months, and the maps kept changing as more data came in, as scientists understood better how the isotopes dispersed, as the political will to acknowledge the full extent of the problem slowly caught up with the physical reality. The most immediate health concern was iodine-131, a radioactive isotope with a half-life of about 8 days, which meant it decayed relatively quickly but was intensely active while present. Iodine concentrates in the thyroid gland, and children's thyroids are particularly vulnerable. In the days and weeks after the accident, iodine entered the food chain through contaminated grass, which cows ate, which concentrated the iodine in their milk, which children drank. This pathway, reactor to air to grass to cow to milk to child, was understood in principle by experts, but the Soviet response to it was delayed and inconsistent. In some areas, contaminated milk was distributed for days before being pulled from circulation. In other areas, iodine tablets were distributed to saturate the thyroid with stable iodine and prevent uptake of the radioactive version, but the distribution was incomplete, delayed, or never reached remote villages. The result was a cohort of children who received significant thyroid doses, and in the years that followed, rates of thyroid cancer among those exposed as children increased markedly. Studies documented this rise clearly. Populations exposed to higher levels of iodine-31 showed higher incidences of thyroid cancer, with the risk particularly pronounced for those who are young at the time of exposure. By the time patterns became statistically clear, thousands of cases had been diagnosed. Most were treated successfully. Thyroid cancer has a high survival rate with proper medical care. But successfully treated still means surgery, still means lifelong hormone replacement, still means living with the knowledge that your body grew a tumour because one night in 1986 a reactor exploded and the wind blew the wrong direction. The longer-term contamination from cesium-137 and strontium-90 pose different challenges. These isotopes have half-lives measured in decades, which means the contamination they caused would persist. Cesium-137 behaves chemically like potassium, so it gets absorbed into biological systems, into plants and animals, and the people who eat them. Strontium-90 behaves like calcium, so it concentrates in bones. Both emit radiation as they decay, and both would remain in the environment for generations. People living in contaminated areas face decisions about what to eat, what soil to plant in, whether to let children play outside, whether to stay or move. These weren't abstract policy questions, but daily calculations about risk that most human beings shouldn't have to make. The Soviet government eventually established a system of monitoring, compensation, and health services for those affected, though the system was inconsistent and underfunded and complicated by the political chaos of the USSR's collapse in 1991. People who'd been evacuated or who lived in contaminated zones were entitled to benefits, but accessing those benefits required navigating bureaucracy that often didn't have clear answers. Medical monitoring was available, but what does monitoring accomplish when it mostly tells you to keep being monitored? The psychological weight of living in a post-Chernobyl landscape, knowing your environment contains invisible contamination, knowing your health might be affected in ways you can't predict, knowing institutions fail to protect you. This weight is harder to quantify than radiation dose, but no less real. Estimates of the ultimate health impact vary widely and remain contested. The most conservative estimates, focusing only on deaths directly attributable to acute radiation syndrome and on clear increases in thyroid cancer, count in the thousands. Broader estimates attempting to account for increased cancer risk across larger populations exposed to lower doses range much higher. The disagreement isn't just scientific, it's philosophical and political. How do you attribute a cancer that appears 20 years after exposure when cancer has multiple possible causes? How do you separate the health impacts of radiation from the health impacts of stress, displacement, economic collapse, and the psychological toll of living through a disaster? The arguments over these numbers matter because they shape policy, compensation, and how societies understand the risks of nuclear energy. But for individuals who got sick, the statistics are irrelevant. Their illness is not a percentage or an estimate. It's the specific pain in their body, the specific fear when a doctor says the word cancer, the specific disruption of a life that had other plans. The workers who built the sarcophagus, who cleaned contaminated areas, who operated the remaining reactors at Chernobyl, which continued generating power until the year 2000, these workers became known as liquidators, a term that sounds military and conveys the scale of the mobilization. Estimates suggest that between 400,000 and 600,000 people worked in some capacity in the cleanup and containment efforts. They came from across the Soviet Union, sometimes volunteers, sometimes conscripted, often not fully informed about the risks. They bulldozed contaminated soil, washed buildings, buried equipment, constructed barriers, all under conditions where radiation exposure was a constant variable in every task. Some received doses within official limits. Some exceeded those limits by wide margins. The long-term health outcomes for liquidators as a group show elevated rates of various illnesses, but individual experiences varied enormously. Some lived long, healthy lives. Some developed cancers or other conditions that may or may not have been caused by their exposure. All of them carried the knowledge that they'd been part of something unprecedented, something the world wasn't prepared for. The international scientific community mobilized to study Chernobyl, to understand what had happened and what it meant. The IAEA, the World Health Organization, national research institutions all sent teams to measure, model, and make sense of the disaster. The data they collected has shaped global understanding of radiation health effects, informed safety protocols for nuclear facilities, and provided a grim natural experiment in what happens when containment fails. But the studies also became sites of disagreement. Different organizations reached different conclusions about health impacts, about the effectiveness of evacuations, about the costs and benefits of nuclear energy. Chernobyl became not just a disaster, but a symbol, and symbols get used in arguments that extend far beyond the specific facts of what happened in Ukraine in 1986. For people living in the affected regions, the disaster didn't end when the fire went out or when the sarcophagus was completed. It continued in the form of altered landscapes, reshaped economies, and changed relationships with the environment. Farmers in contaminated areas couldn't sell their produce, or could sell it only after testing, or watched markets collapse as consumers refused to buy anything from Chernobyl regions, regardless of actual contamination levels. Forests became reservoirs of radioactive material, concentrated in fungi and berries that animals ate, that hunters might harvest, that entered food chains in unpredictable ways. Rivers carried contaminated sediment. Seasons brought different risks. Spring flooding might redistribute contamination. Summer dust might make it airborne again. Winter snow might cover it temporarily. The Chernobyl exclusion zone itself became a strange space, officially closed to permanent habitation, but not empty. A few hundred people, mostly elderly, refused to leave or returned illegally to their villages, choosing the familiar risks of home over the unfamiliar displacement of resettlement. They lived in houses within the zone, grew their own food, drank from wells and accepted whatever dose that came with it, calculating that dying of radiation in old age was preferable to dying of loneliness somewhere else. The government eventually acknowledged them, provided some support, and allowed them to stay. Their choice is hard to judge from outside. It's the choice of people for whom place matters more than safety, for whom the idea of home isn't negotiable, even when home has been officially declared uninhabitable. The zone also became a site of scientific research, with humans mostly gone. Wildlife populations changed in unexpected ways. Some species declined, likely due to radiation effects. Others thrived in the absence of human hunting and habitat destruction. Wolves, deer, wild boar, even rare birds returned to areas they'd been pushed out of elsewhere. The zone became inadvertently one of Europe's largest wildlife reserves, though a radioactive one. Researchers studied genetic effects in animals, tracked contamination through ecosystems, and tried to understand how radiation affected populations over multiple generations. The findings were mixed: clear evidence of harm in some species and contexts, surprising resilience in others, and an overall picture that resisted simple narratives about nature recovering or being destroyed. The psychological impacts of Chernobyl extended beyond those physically exposed to radiation. Entire communities developed what researchers called radiophobia, intense anxiety about radiation that sometimes exceeded the actual health risks, but was entirely understandable given the circumstances. When you've been lied to about safety, when you've watched your neighbours get sick, when you live in a place marked on maps as contaminated, anxiety is a rational response. The mental health burden included depression, PTSD-like symptoms, substance abuse, and a pervasive sense of fatalism. Some studies suggested that the stress and social disruption of the disaster caused more harm than the radiation itself for many people, though disentangling these effects is nearly impossible, and such comparisons feel callous when people are suffering from both. Children born after Chernobyl in affected regions grew up with the disaster as part of their identity. They were monitored medically, told to avoid certain foods, given special health services, and marked in official documents as Chernobyl children. Some developed illnesses that were attributed to parental exposure, though the evidence for significant genetic effects passed from parents to children remains limited and contested. What's clearer is the social inheritance, the way trauma and disruption pass down not through chromosomes, but through family stories, economic hardship, community dissolution, and the shaping of worldviews in an environment where catastrophe is recent history. The Soviet Union itself didn't survive long after Chernobyl. The disaster's role in the USSR's collapse is debated, but it certainly contributed. It revealed systemic failures, unsafe reactor designs, inadequate safety culture, suppression of information, inability to respond effectively to crisis. It damaged the Soviet Union's prestige domestically and internationally. It cost enormous amounts of money. At a time when the economy was already strained, Mikhail Gorbachev later called Chernobyl perhaps the real cause of the Soviet collapse, which is probably an overstatement. But the disaster definitely accelerated dynamics that were already in motion. The policy of glasnost, openness, became necessary partly because Chernobyl made secrecy untenable. You can't hide a radiation cloud that sets off alarms in Sweden. After the USSR dissolved, responsibility for Chernobyl fell primarily to Ukraine and Belarus, the two newly independent countries most affected. Neither had the resources to manage the ongoing costs, maintaining the exclusion zone, monitoring affected populations, dealing with contaminated land, and most urgently, addressing the deteriorating condition of the sarcophagus. The structure, built in 1986, had been erected quickly under terrible conditions, and it was never meant to be permanent. By the 1990s, it was crumbling, leaking, at risk of collapse. If it failed, it could release more radioactive material. International funding eventually made possible the construction of a new containment structure, the new safe confinement, completed in 2016, a massive arch that was built adjacent to the reactor and then slid into place over the old sarcophagus. It's designed to last 100 years, which sounds like a long time until you remember that the radioactive material inside will remain hazardous for thousands of years. The question of what to do with Chernobyl in the long term remains unresolved. The reactor still contains roughly 200 tons of nuclear fuel and debris, much of it in forms that are poorly characterized. Removing it would be ideal, but is technically daunting and phenomenally expensive. Leaving it entombed requires maintaining the containment structure indefinitely, which requires political stability and funding that can't be guaranteed across the timescales involved. The surrounding contaminated zone will gradually become less radioactive as isotopes decay, but cesium-137's 30-year half-life means that even after a century, the contamination will still be significant. Some areas might become habitable again in 50 or 100 years. Some might take 300 years. Some might never be worth the effort to reclaim. Chernobyl changed the nuclear power industry globally. The disaster prompted safety reviews, design improvements, and regulatory changes in countries with nuclear programs. The RBMK reactor design was recognized as flawed, and the remaining RBMK reactors in Russia and Lithuania were either shut down or extensively modified. International safety standards were strengthened. Nuclear operators became more willing to share information about incidents and near misses, recognizing that a disaster anywhere affected the industry everywhere. But public perception of nuclear energy was also profoundly shaped by Chernobyl. For many people, the disaster confirmed fears that nuclear power was inherently too dangerous, that the consequences of failure were too severe, that no amount of safety planning could account for human error and institutional failure. The debate over nuclear energy post-Chernobyl is complicated. On one hand, the disaster demonstrated real risks and the catastrophic consequences when things go wrong. On the other hand, nuclear power produces large amounts of electricity with minimal greenhouse gas emissions, which matters in the context of climate change. Some argue that improved reactor designs, better safety culture, and lessons learned from Chernobyl make modern nuclear power acceptably safe. Others argue that the risks remain too high and that renewable energy sources offer a safer path forward. This isn't a debate with a clear right answer. It's a debate about acceptable risk, about what society values, about trade-offs between different kinds of danger. For the individuals directly affected by Chernobyl, these broader debates often feel distant from their actual experience. The plant workers who responded to the disaster, the firefighters who fought the fire, the residents of Pripyat and surrounding areas, the children who drank contaminated milk, the liquidators who worked in the zone. Their lives were changed by specific moments and specific exposures, not by abstract policy discussions. Many of them died earlier than they should have. Many lived with chronic health problems. Many carried psychological scars. Many also lived full lives, raised families, found meaning and joy, and resisted being defined solely by their connection to the disaster. Human resilience is real, even in the aftermath of catastrophe. The memory of Chernobyl has been preserved in various forms. The site itself is now a tourist destination, which is strange but perhaps inevitable. People are drawn to places where extraordinary things happened. The abandoned city of Pripyat, with its rusting amusement park and empty apartment blocks, has become iconic in photography and film. Museums in Ukraine and elsewhere display artifacts and tell the story. Survivors have written memoirs. Oral history projects have recorded testimonies. These preservation efforts matter because institutional memory is fragile, and the people who experience Chernobyl firsthand are aging. In a few decades, there will be no living witnesses, and the disaster will exist only in records, images, and the physical scar of the exclusion zone. What Chernobyl teaches depends on who's learning. For engineers, it's a lesson about safety culture, about the dangers of design flaws, about the importance of questioning authority when procedures seem wrong. For policymakers, it's about crisis response, about the costs of secrecy, about the need for international cooperation in managing transboundary hazards. For ordinary people, it's something more visceral, a reminder that invisible dangers are real, that systems we depend on can fail catastrophically, that the consequences of technological decisions can persist for generations. The disaster also teaches something about the limits of human perception. We're good at responding to dangers we can see, hear, feel. The approaching storm, the lunging predator, the oncoming car. We're much worse at responding to dangers that exist outside our sensory range. Radiation is odorless, colourless, tasteless, silent. You can receive a lethal dose and feel fine for hours or days. This disconnect between physical reality and experiential reality meant that in the first hours and days after the explosion, people continued normal activities in environments that were killing them. Firefighters fought a fire without understanding that the smoke contained gamma emitters. Children played outside while their thyroid glands absorbed radioactive iodine. Residents of Pripyat went about their morning routines on April 26th because nothing in their immediate sensory environment told them to do otherwise. This is one of the eeriest aspects of the Chernobyl story, the way disaster can be fully present but socially invisible until institutions decide to recognize it. The radiation was real from the moment of the explosion, but the disaster, as a social fact, as something people collectively understood and responded to, had a different timeline. It became real in stages, first to the operators who saw the destroyed reactor, then to medical personnel, treating the acute radiation syndrome patients, then to officials receiving dosimetry readings, then to residents told to evacuate, then to Europe seeing contamination in their own countries, then to the world watching news reports. Each stage of recognition required someone to interpret data, make a decision, communicate information, and persuade others to act. The gap between physical event and social recognition is where a lot of harm happened. The workers in the control room that night, especially Akimov and Toptunov, have been the subject of both blame and sympathy. Some accounts paint them as some reckless, violating protocols, causing the disaster through negligence. Other accounts emphasize their impossible position, following orders from superiors, working with a reactor design whose flaws they couldn't fully understand, making decisions based on incomplete information in a system that punished deviation from authority. They both died from radiation exposure in the weeks after the disaster, suffering through acute radiation syndrome in Moscow hospitals. They didn't live to defend themselves or tell their full story. The question of culpability is complicated. Yes, protocols were violated. Yes, decisions were made that increased risk. But those decisions were made within a system, a political system, a technological system, an institutional culture that set them up to fail. Dyatlov, who survived, faced criminal charges and served time in prison. He maintained until his death that the reactor explosion was caused by design flaws, not operator error, and that he and his team were scapegoated for institutional failures. There's truth in both narratives. The operators did make decisions that contributed to the accident, and the reactor design had inherent instabilities that should never have been allowed in a commercial power plant. Assigning blame in complex systems failures is often an exercise in choosing which level of causation to emphasize. You can blame the operators for their actions that night. You can blame the designers for creating an unstable reactor. You can blame the regulators for approving it. You can blame the political system that prioritized rapid nuclear expansion over safety. All of these factors contributed. The people of Pripyat, in many ways the disaster's most visible victims, didn't make any decisions that contributed to the accident. They were simply living near a power plant that failed. Their victimization was complete and involuntary, yet their lives were profoundly altered. The children who grew up in evacuation, who never saw their childhood bedrooms again, who lost the continuity of place that most people take for granted. What do you say to them about why this happened? That a test was poorly planned? That a reactor had design flaws? That bureaucracy moved slowly? None of those explanations restore what was lost. The disaster also revealed the deeply interconnected nature of modern technological systems. The Chernobyl reactor didn't exist in isolation. It was part of an electrical grid that powered cities and industries. It was part of a Soviet nuclear program with political and military dimensions. It was part of a global nuclear industry that shared designs and expertise. When it failed, the consequences rippled outward, electrically, environmentally, economically, politically. Other countries had to reassess their own nuclear programs. Global food trade was disrupted. Scientific research was redirected. Insurance policies were rewritten. A single event in one location reshaped countless systems worldwide. There's also a strange temporal quality to Chernobyl's impact. The disaster happened in a specific moment. Those explosions at 1:23 on April 26, 1986. But its effects have unfolded across decades and will continue for centuries. The iodine-131 exposure was acute, lasting weeks. The cesium-137 contamination will persist for generations. The geopolitical and cultural impacts are ongoing. People are still getting sick from exposures that occurred nearly 40 years ago. The new safe confinement will need to be maintained for a century. The spent fuel and contaminated materials will remain hazardous for millennia. How do you hold in mind a disaster that spans timescales from seconds to thousands of years? One of the recurring themes in survivor testimonies is the sense of betrayal, not just by the reactor that exploded, but by institutions that were supposed to protect them. People trusted that nuclear plants were safe because they were told they were safe. They trusted that if something went wrong, authorities would act quickly to protect citizens. They trusted that their government wouldn't lie about dangers that affected their children's health. Chernobyl broke those trusts in ways that went beyond the physical damage. It created a pervasive cynicism about official information, a suspicion of technological optimism, a sense that ordinary people were expendable in the calculus of state priorities. This betrayal was compounded by the initial secrecy and misinformation. For the first days, Soviet media said little about the accident. When they did report, it was minimized. The evacuation of Pripyat wasn't announced publicly until it had already happened. Neighbouring countries learned about the disaster from their own radiation detectors, not from Soviet officials. This pattern of secrecy had consequences beyond the immediate harm. It meant people couldn't make informed decisions about protecting themselves. It meant contaminated food entered distribution networks. It meant workers at the plant didn't receive adequate warnings. And it meant that when information finally did come out, it was often disbelieved because the source had already proven unreliable. The later Soviet and post-Soviet governments made efforts to be more transparent, to provide compensation and services, to acknowledge the scale of the disaster. But rebuilding trust is harder than destroying it. People who'd been lied to once had little reason to believe subsequent assurances. When officials said certain areas were safe, people remembered being told the reactor was safe. When evacuation guidelines were issued, people remembered that the Pripyat evacuation came too late. This legacy of mistrust has made it harder to implement effective policies because the affected populations doubt the authorities implementing them. The environmental contamination from Chernobyl created landscapes that exist in a kind of liminal state, not quite habitable, not quite wilderness, places where normal rules don't apply. The Red Forest, an area of pine trees near the reactor that turned red and died from radiation exposure, was bulldozed and buried, but the burial site itself remains contaminated. Lakes and rivers in the zone contain radioactive sediment that will stay there for decades. Soil in many areas has contamination levels that would require removal of the entire top layer to make it agriculturally safe, which is economically and practically infeasible. So these places simply exist as they are, marked on maps with warnings, visited by researchers and tourists, slowly changing as natural processes dilute and redistribute the contamination. There's a particular poignancy to the infrastructure left behind in the exclusion zone. Schools with desks still in rows, hospitals with patient files scattered, apartment buildings with balconies overlooking empty streets. These places were built for futures that never happened. The children who would have studied in those schools, the patients who would have been treated in those hospitals, the families who would have lived in those apartments, all of them had to go elsewhere, had to make different lives. The buildings remain as monuments to disrupted intentions, to the fragility of plans, to the way a single night can make an entire city's future impossible. Some of the most haunting images from Pripyat are from the amusement park, which was set to open on May 1st, 1986, just days after the disaster. The Ferris wheel has become an iconic symbol, yellow carriages that never carried riders, a wheel that never completed its first public rotation. It stands now as a rusting sculpture, visible in photographs and videos that circulate online, representing childhood joy that was anticipated but never experienced. The bumper cars are still in the pavilion, decades of weather having degraded them into twisted metal and faded paint. These aren't just abandoned objects, they're promises that couldn't be kept. The human stories from Chernobyl resist simple narrative arcs. There's no clean resolution, no moment where everything becomes okay. Some survivors rebuilt their lives successfully in new locations. Some struggled with health problems, economic hardship, and psychological damage for the rest of their lives. Some died young, some lived to old age, some found meaning in activism, trying to ensure the disaster wasn't forgotten or repeated. Some wanted only to move on, to not be defined by Chernobyl, to create identities separate from their status as victims or survivors. All of these responses are valid. Catastrophe doesn't create uniform outcomes. The scientific legacy of Chernobyl is substantial but contested. The disaster provided data on radiation health effects at scales that hadn't previously existed, particularly for populations exposed to lower doses over longer periods. This data has informed radiation protection standards, cancer risk models, and policies worldwide, but the data is also complex and incomplete, tracking health outcomes across decades, across populations that moved and mixed with unexposed populations, while accounting for other risk factors and changes in healthcare is methodologically challenging. Different studies reach different conclusions. Some experts emphasize the evidence of harm, others emphasize the resilience of affected populations and the lack of clear effects at lower dose ranges. These aren't just academic disagreements, they shape compensation policies, cleanup standards, and public understanding of radiation risk. The disaster also generated a massive volume of documentation. Scientific papers, government reports, oral histories, media coverage, artistic works. This archive is valuable but overwhelming. No single person can master all of it. Different disciplines focus on different aspects. Health physicists on dose reconstruction, epidemiologists on cancer rates, sociologists on displacement, psychologists on trauma, engineers on reactor safety, historians on political context. Each discipline brings insights, but also limitations. The full picture of Chernobyl exceeds any single framework for understanding it. Art and literature about Chernobyl have tried to capture what technical reports cannot: the subjective experience of living through and after disaster, the emotional texture of loss and fear and uncertainty. Svetlana Alexievich's Voices from Chernobyl collected oral testimonies that convey the human reality in ways statistics never could. Films and documentaries have visualized the exclusion zone, making its strangeness accessible to global audiences. These artistic works serve a different function than scientific analysis. They preserve emotional truth, make abstract suffering concrete, and remind us that behind every number is a person. The question of whether Chernobyl could happen again is complicated. The specific circumstances an RBMK reactor operated in, violation of safety limits during a poorly planned test, are unlikely to recur, especially since most RBMK reactors have been shut down or modified. But the broader lessons about complex systems, safety culture, institutional failure, and the gap between designed safety and operational reality remain relevant. The Fukushima disaster in 2011, though caused by an earthquake and tsunami rather than operational error, showed that even modern plants in safety-conscious countries can fail catastrophically when circumstances exceed design assumptions. The specific mechanisms differ, but the pattern, assumptions proven wrong, consequences exceeding containment, displacement of populations, long-term contamination, echoes Chernobyl. What we choose to remember about Chernobyl shapes what we take from it. If we remember it primarily as a Soviet failure, we might miss the broader lessons about technological hubris and institutional accountability that apply regardless of political system. If we remember it primarily as an anti-nuclear cautionary tale, we might overlook the specific design and operational failures that distinguish Chernobyl from other nuclear facilities. If we remember only the death toll and contamination, we might miss the stories of resilience, adaptation, and life continuing in changed circumstances. The disaster is large enough to contain multiple lessons, and which lessons we emphasize reveals what we think is important. For the people whose lives were most directly shaped by Chernobyl, memory is not abstract. It's in their bodies. The scars from surgeries, the pills they take daily, the medical appointments that structure their years. It's in their geographies, the places they can't return to, the cities where they rebuilt lives, the distances between where they are and where they're from. It's in their families, the relatives who died, the children who grew up as Chernobyl kids, the stories told and retold until they become part of identity. They don't have the option of forgetting. The youngest evacuees from Pripyat, those who were children in 1986, are now middle-aged. They have their own children. Some have grandchildren. The disaster is receding into generational memory, becoming history rather than personal experience for more and more people. But the physical legacy persists. The exclusion zone exists. The new safe confinement stands. Radiation levels continue to be monitored. The waste that was created that night remains dangerous, and will remain dangerous long after everyone who lived through the disaster has died. There's something deeply unsettling about creating a problem that outlasts the people who created it by orders of magnitude. The engineers who designed the RBMK reactor are dead. The operators who ran the test are dead. The officials who made decisions about evacuation and information are dead. But the radioactive material they released will be hazardous for thousands of years. Future generations will inherit responsibility for managing contamination. They had no role in creating, for maintaining containment structures they didn't build, for living with consequences of decisions made before they were born. This intergenerational burden raises ethical questions about technological development. What obligations do we have to futures we won't live to see? How do we weigh present benefits against long-term risks? Who gets to make decisions that bind descendants for millennia? These aren't questions specific to nuclear power. They apply to climate change, toxic waste, resource depletion, and many other issues where the timescale of consequences exceeds the timescale of human lifespans or political accountability. But Chernobyl makes them concrete in a way few other events do. The zone itself has become a kind of monument, though not an intentional one. It exists as evidence of what happened, a physical reminder that certain mistakes have permanent consequences. Unlike monuments built to commemorate, which can be torn down or reinterpreted, the exclusion zone will persist whether we want it to or not. The contamination doesn't care about our narratives or politics. It decays according to physics, indifferent to human meaning-making. Some researchers have proposed that the zone could eventually serve as a nature reserve, a space where ecosystems develop without human interference, even if those ecosystems are radioactive. This is both pragmatic and strange, accepting that the land can't be reclaimed for human use, but can still have value as wildlife habitat. It's an acknowledgement that recovery doesn't mean returning to pre-disaster conditions, but rather finding new equilibria in changed circumstances. The people who refused to leave the zone, the elderly returnees who chose familiar contamination over unfamiliar displacement, are mostly gone now. They lived out their final years in their villages, maintained their homes, kept their routines, and died on their own terms. Their choice was personal and shouldn't be romanticised as some profound statement, but it does illustrate that risk is always contextual. For someone in their 70s, the long-term cancer risk from low-level radiation exposure might be less important than the immediate psychological and social costs of displacement. They made a calculation that prioritised quality of life over quantity, autonomy over safety. Society doesn't usually offer elderly people that choice, but Chernobyl's strange geography created a space where they could make it. The disaster has also affected global nuclear policy in indirect ways. It strengthened the anti-nuclear movement in many countries, contributing to decisions to phase out nuclear power or not build new plants. It made nuclear accidents a political liability, something governments feared not just for the direct consequences, but for the public backlash. This political context has shaped energy policy for decades, though the rise of climate concerns has complicated the picture. Some former nuclear skeptics now argue that climate change is a greater threat than nuclear risk, that modern reactor designs are safer, that emissions-free baseload power is needed. These debates will continue, with Chernobyl invoked by both sides as proof that nuclear is too dangerous, or as proof that old Soviet reactors were dangerous, but modern ones aren't. The workers who died in the immediate aftermath of Chernobyl, the firefighters, the operators, the plant staff, died doing what they thought was necessary. They weren't suicidal. They weren't ignorant. They were trying to contain a disaster, to protect others, to fulfill responsibilities as they understood them. The fact that their efforts were sometimes futile, that some of them received lethal doses trying to pump water into a destroyed reactor, doesn't make their actions meaningless. It makes them tragic. Tragedy isn't about bad people doing bad things. It's about people trying to do right within circumstances that make right action insufficient. This distinction matters when thinking about culpability and commemoration. The operators in the control room that night made errors, but they were also victims. The firefighters who responded to the flames showed courage, even though their courage couldn't save them. The liquidators who worked in the zone accepted risks, though often without full understanding of what they were accepting. Holding these multiple truths simultaneously, agency and victimhood, heroism and futility, responsibility and circumstance, is necessary to understand the human dimensions of disaster. The technological dimensions are clearer but still complex. The RBMK design had known flaws. The positive void coefficient, the way the reactor became more reactive when water turned to steam, was inherent to the design and created instability at low power. The control rod design with graphite tips was a documented issue. The lack of a robust containment structure was a cost-saving measure that became catastrophic. These weren't secrets. Soviet nuclear engineers knew the limitations of their designs. But knowledge doesn't automatically translate to action. Fixing the problems would have been expensive, would have required shutting down reactors, would have been politically difficult. So the reactors continued operating with known vulnerabilities, and the vulnerabilities remained theoretical problems until they became actual catastrophe. This pattern, knowing about risks but not acting to mitigate them until after disaster, repeats across industries and contexts. It's not unique to Soviet nuclear power. Every major industrial accident has a prehistory of warnings ignored, safety measures deemed too costly, or red flags rationalized away. Chernobyl is an extreme example, but the dynamics are familiar. Short-term pressures override long-term prudence, institutional inertia resists change, and the people making decisions rarely bear the consequences personally. The human tendency to normalize risk is part of this. When you work around a reactor every day and it doesn't explode, you stop thinking about explosion as a real possibility. It becomes theoretical, something that happens in training scenarios, but not in actual operations. The control room operators at Chernobyl had run hundreds of shifts without incident. The reactor had operated for years. The safety violations during the test seemed manageable because nothing had gone wrong before. This normalization of deviance, the gradual drift toward accepting riskier conditions as normal, is documented in many disasters. It's how the Space Shuttle Challenger launched despite concerns about O-rings in cold weather. It's how oil rigs operate with degraded safety equipment until something fails. It's a deeply human failing, the inability to maintain vigilance against low probability, high consequence events. Chernobyl broke through that normalization violently. After Chernobyl, nobody in the nuclear industry could pretend that catastrophic accidents were impossible. The industry had to reckon with the reality that their systems could fail in ways that contaminated countries. This reckoning produced genuine improvements, better safety culture, more robust designs, more independent oversight. But it also produced public fear that may be disproportionate to the actual risks of modern nuclear power, making it politically difficult to build new plants, even where they might make sense as part of a low-carbon energy strategy. The policy challenges of post-Chernobyl nuclear governance reflect the difficulty of learning the right lessons from disaster. Too little learning means repeating mistakes. Too much learning, or learning the wrong lessons, means abandoning technologies that might be valuable if used carefully. Finding the right balance requires technical expertise, political wisdom, and humility about the limits of both. It requires acknowledging uncertainty honestly, which is hard in political contexts that demand confident pronouncements. Chernobyl also illustrates the importance of institutional culture in determining outcomes. The Soviet nuclear program operated in a culture where meeting production targets was paramount, where questioning authority was discouraged, where information was controlled for political reasons, and where individual operators had limited power to refuse orders, even when they had concerns. This culture contributed to the disaster as much as the technical design flaws did. In a different institutional context, the test might have been cancelled when conditions became unstable. Operators might have felt empowered to refuse unsafe orders. Information about previous incidents might have been shared more widely, creating better understanding of risks. Changing institutional culture is harder than changing technical designs. You can redesign a reactor, but redesigning the social systems within which reactors operate requires changing incentives, hierarchies, training, communication patterns, and deeply embedded assumptions about authority and responsibility. The nuclear industry has worked on this, emphasizing safety culture as a priority, but culture is always vulnerable to erosion under pressure. Economic stress, political demands, production deadlines, these pressures can gradually reshape culture in ways that increase risk. The exclusion zone's long-term future is uncertain. As radiation decays, some areas will become safer, though the timeline is measured in decades and centuries. Whether those areas will ever be fully reintegrated into human use depends on politics, economics, and society's tolerance for residual risk. The zone could remain restricted indefinitely, could be partially opened for limited uses, or could eventually be deemed safe enough for agriculture or forestry, though not for dense habitation. Each decision will involve technical assessments, but also value judgments about acceptable risk and appropriate use of contaminated land. The material inside the sarcophagus presents a different challenge. The fuel and debris need to be eventually removed and properly stored, but the technology and funding for doing so don't fully exist yet. The new safe confinement buys time, a century if it lasts as designed, but it's not a final solution. Future generations will need to address the problem more permanently, or build another containment structure, or accept ongoing management of the site indefinitely. This is what spent nuclear fuel presence globally. A very long-term waste problem without a fully implemented long-term solution. For Ukraine specifically, Chernobyl remains a national wound. The disaster happened on Ukrainian soil, affected Ukrainian people most directly, and left Ukraine with ongoing management responsibilities after independence. The zone occupies productive agricultural land that can't be used. The stigma affects Ukrainian exports and tourism in surrounding regions. The health monitoring and compensation programs strain budgets. Yet Chernobyl has also become part of Ukrainian identity and history, a story of suffering and endurance that's taught in schools and remembered in memorials. Belarus was actually more heavily affected by contamination than Ukraine, with about 70% of the initial fallout landing on Belarusian territory due to wind patterns. Entire regions of Belarus remain contaminated, affecting agriculture, and requiring ongoing monitoring. The psychological and social impacts there mirror those in Ukraine. Communities disrupted, health anxieties, economic challenges. But Belarus has been less able to leverage international attention and support, partly due to political isolation under authoritarian rule. The people affected by Chernobyl in Belarus have received less international sympathy and aid, though their suffering is no less real. The disaster's international dimensions highlight how nuclear accidents are inherently transboundary problems. Radiation doesn't respect national borders. The fallout from Chernobyl spread across Europe, affecting countries that had no role in building or operating the reactor. This created demands for international nuclear safety standards, for notification protocols, for liability frameworks that could address cross-border harm. The international regime that developed after Chernobyl has improved but still has gaps, particularly around enforcement and compensation. The tourism that developed around Chernobyl is ethically complicated. On one hand, it brings attention and revenue to the region, supports preservation efforts, and educates visitors about nuclear safety and disaster consequences. On the other hand, it can feel exploitative, turning tragedy into entertainment, reducing complex history to photogenic ruins, creating demand for increasingly sensational tours. The tourists who visit the zone are often seeking dramatic imagery for social media, experiencing the site as spectacle rather than engaging seriously with its meaning. Yet some visitors do engage seriously, coming away with deeper understanding and renewed commitment to safety. Like many aspects of Chernobyl's legacy, tourism resists simple judgment. The disaster has entered global culture in various ways beyond tourism. It appears in video games, horror movies, novels, and countless documentaries. The 2019 HBO miniseries Chernobyl reached massive audiences and shaped popular understanding of the disaster, though historians noted various inaccuracies and dramatizations. This cultural presence keeps Chernobyl in public consciousness, but also risks oversimplifying or sensationalizing what happened. The real story is complicated, technical in places, ambiguous in others. Drama requires narrative clarity, heroes and villains, emotional payoffs. Reality offers more nuance but less narrative satisfaction. What would prevent another Chernobyl? The question assumes prevention is possible, which may be optimistic. Complex technological systems will fail. The question is whether the failures can be contained before they become catastrophic. Modern reactor designs incorporate passive safety features that don't require human intervention or power to function. Regulatory oversight has improved. Safety culture is emphasized. International cooperation allows sharing of operational experience. These measures reduce risk but can't eliminate it. As long as we operate nuclear reactors, we accept some probability of accident. Society's comfort with that probability varies by country, by political context, by proximity to alternative energy sources, and by memory of past accidents. For some people, Chernobyl demonstrated that nuclear power is fundamentally too risky, that the worst-case scenarios are too severe, that renewable energy should be pursued instead. For others, Chernobyl demonstrated that old Soviet reactor designs were unsafe, but modern designs are fundamentally different and acceptably safe, especially compared to the certainty of climate change impacts from fossil fuels. Both positions have technical and ethical arguments supporting them. Neither is obviously wrong. This is the nature of many policy debates, not a choice between right and wrong, but a choice between different risks and values. The people living in areas near the exclusion zone have their own relationship with Chernobyl, different from visitors or distant policymakers. For them, it's not an abstract policy question or a historical curiosity. It's geography, the direction where you don't go, the land that's marked on maps differently, the source of various anxieties and regulations, its economy, the stigma on local products, the restrictions on agriculture, the challenges attracting investment, its social identity. Being from near Chernobyl carries meanings both inside and outside the region. They live with the disaster's aftermath in mundane daily ways that don't translate easily into documentaries or policy papers. The children exposed to iodine-131 in 1986 are now in their 40s and 50s. Many have lived full lives without serious health consequences. Some developed thyroid problems that were treated. A smaller number developed thyroid cancer, which in most cases was cured. These outcomes exist on a probability distribution. Exposure increased risk, but didn't guarantee illness. For individuals, this creates an uncomfortable uncertainty. If you developed thyroid cancer after exposure, you can't know for certain whether Chernobyl caused it or whether you would have gotten it anyway. This uncertainty affects identity, medical care, compensation claims, and psychological well-being. The debate over long-term low-dose radiation effects continues in scientific literature. Some evidence suggests that even small doses carry some cancer risk, supporting the linear no threshold model that underlies most radiation protection standards. Other evidence suggests that at very low doses, biological repair mechanisms might prevent most damage, or that other health factors overwhelm any radiation effect, making precise risk calculation impossible. This scientific uncertainty translates to policy uncertainty about evacuation thresholds, cleanup standards, and compensation eligibility. Different countries affected by Chernobyl made different decisions based on different interpretations of the same contested evidence. For the liquidators, many of whom were conscripted and had little choice about their participation, the long-term health outcomes have been mixed. Some studies show elevated cancer rates and other health problems in liquidator populations. Other studies find less clear effects, especially for those who received lower doses. Individual liquidators face the same uncertainty as other exposed populations. Was my illness caused by Chernobyl? Would I have gotten sick anyway? The lack of clear answers is frustrating and makes it harder to prove disability claims or seek compensation. Compensation systems in the former Soviet states have been inconsistent and often inadequate. Benefits exist on paper, but may not be funded reliably. Proving eligibility requires documentation that may not exist or may have been lost in bureaucratic chaos following the USSR's collapse. The systems also create perverse incentives, where people have reasons to identify as victims even when their actual exposure was minimal, because victim status provides access to benefits. This isn't to minimize genuine suffering, but to note that post-disaster compensation systems create their own complicated dynamics. The scientific research conducted on Chernobyl populations has been valuable, but also ethically fraught. Researchers need data from affected populations to understand radiation health effects, which benefits future radiation protection. But research subjects may not see direct personal benefits from participating, may find research intrusive or distressing, and may feel reduced to data points. Balancing the need for knowledge against respect for affected populations is an ongoing challenge in disaster research generally. The story of Chernobyl doesn't have a conclusion because the events it set in motion continue. The new safe confinement will need maintenance for decades. The exclusion zone will remain restricted for generations. People affected by the disaster will carry its impacts for the rest of their lives. Future populations will inherit contaminated landscapes. The debates over nuclear safety and energy policy will continue, with Chernobyl invoked as evidence by various sides. The scientific understanding of radiation health effects will evolve as more data accumulates. None of this has an endpoint that would allow the story to be closed and filed away as history. What makes Chernobyl uniquely unsettling? Beyond the scale of contamination or the number of people affected is how it revealed the gap between human timescales and the timescales of the consequences we can create. We live in decades. Our institutions operate in years. Our technologies can create problems that persist for millennia. This mismatch between the speed at which we can cause harm and the duration of that harm is central to many modern risks, from nuclear waste to climate change to persistent chemical pollution. Chernobyl demonstrated that invisible threats are real, that catastrophe doesn't always announce itself in ways we're evolved to recognize, that the most consequential dangers can unfold quietly while people continue their routines unaware. The firefighters climbing onto that roof didn't feel their chromosomes fragmenting. The children drinking milk didn't taste the iodine or 31. The residents of Pripyat didn't smell the radiation drifting through their town. They had to be told the danger existed, and whether they protected themselves depended on whether institutions chose to inform them promptly and honestly. This is why institutional trustworthiness matters so much in technological society. We can't personally verify most of what we're told about invisible risks. We can't check radiation levels ourselves, can't analyse chemical safety data, can't assess whether climate models are accurate. We depend on institutions, government agencies, regulatory bodies, scientific organisations to tell us the truth about dangers we can't perceive. When those institutions fail, when they lie or conceal information or prioritise political considerations over public safety, the consequences can be catastrophic. Chernobyl broke trust not just through the disaster itself, but through the initial secrecy and misinformation that prevented people from protecting themselves. Rebuilding that trust after it's broken is enormously difficult. People who've been lied to develop healthy skepticism that can unfortunately harden into reflexive distrust of all official information. Finding the balance, maintaining appropriate skepticism while still engaging with institutional knowledge is psychologically challenging. For many people affected by Chernobyl, the experience created a permanent wariness of government assurances about safety, a wariness that has shaped their relationship with authority ever since. The children who were evacuated from Pripyat as young children have only fragmented memories of the city. They remember moments, being carried to the bus, watching their hometown recede through the window, arriving somewhere unfamiliar. But they don't have the full childhood memories that older evacuees carry. Their sense of loss is different, more abstract. They grew up being told about a place they can barely remember, a life that was interrupted before they were old enough to understand it. This creates its own psychological complexity. Grieving for something you can't quite remember, feeling displaced from a home you barely knew, carrying an identity as an evacuee when the event itself is more known through stories than through personal memory. The exclusion zone has, against all intentions, become a kind of time capsule. Objects that would normally have been discarded, replaced, or updated instead remained frozen in 1986 Soviet material culture. Researchers and visitors find propaganda posters from a state that no longer exists, consumer goods that haven't been manufactured in decades, technology that's now completely obsolete. The zone preserves not just the physical consequences of the disaster, but also the social and material world of late Soviet Ukraine, all because the contamination prevented normal processes of change and renewal. This accidental preservation has research value for historians and archaeologists, though studying it requires managing radiation risk. The zone is a site where industrial archaeology, disaster studies, environmental science, and Soviet history intersect. What can be learned from the zone extends beyond Chernobyl itself to broader questions about technological failure, social collapse, environmental recovery, and the material culture of the late 20th century. The animal populations in the zone continue to evolve in a radioactive environment, which raises questions about multi-generational radiation effects that can't be studied easily in controlled settings. Some species show genetic changes, higher mutation rates, or physiological differences. Whether these changes are harmful, neutral, or possibly adaptive depends on the species and the specific changes. The zone has become, inadvertently, a natural experiment in radiation ecology. This research is valuable, but also ethically complicated. We're learning from harm we caused, from an environment we contaminated, from animals that had no choice about their exposure. The human survivors of Chernobyl grow older. Each year, fewer people remain who remember the disaster firsthand. Eventually, direct memory will be gone, and Chernobyl will exist only in recorded history, physical traces, and cultural memory. This transition from living memory to history happens with all events, but it matters particularly for disasters where the lessons are important for preventing future harm. How do we preserve not just facts, but the emotional and visceral understanding that eyewitnesses carry? How do we keep Chernobyl meaningful to generations who have no personal connection to it? Memory preservation efforts include oral history projects, museums, archival collections, and educational programs. These are important but incomplete. They can't fully capture the experience of living through the disaster, the texture of daily life in its aftermath, the specific anxieties and adaptations. Future generations will understand Chernobyl differently than those who lived through it, which is inevitable, but involves some loss. For those who did live through it, Chernobyl often represents a dividing line in their personal histories, before and after, when life was normal and when everything changed. This bifurcation of identity is common in disaster survivors. The disaster becomes a reference point that organises memory and self-understanding. Before Chernobyl represents lost normalcy, lost innocence, lost futures. After Chernobyl represents adaptation, resilience, changed circumstances. For some, this framework is empowering. They survived, they adapted, they continued. For others, it's limiting. They're permanently defined by victimhood, unable to escape the disaster's shadow. The question of how to remember Chernobyl remains contested. Should it be remembered primarily as a technological failure, a political failure, an environmental catastrophe, a human tragedy, or a cautionary tale? Each framing emphasizes different aspects and suggests different lessons. Technological framing emphasizes design flaws and safety culture. Political framing emphasizes Soviet secrecy and institutional dysfunction. Environmental framing emphasizes long-term contamination. Human framing emphasizes suffering and displacement. Cautionary framing emphasizes risks of nuclear technology. All are valid. None is complete. The disaster exists at the intersection of technology, politics, environment, and human experience. Understanding it requires engaging with all these dimensions. But different audiences need different framings. Engineers need technical details. Policymakers need governance lessons. Affected populations need acknowledgement of their experience. Students need context. Each framing serves a purpose but risks oversimplifying if presented as the only important perspective. Chernobyl resists simple narratives. It wasn't just operator error, or just design flaws, or just institutional failure. It was all of these, compounding. It wasn't just acute radiation deaths, or just long-term contamination, or just social disruption. It was all of these, creating layers of harm. It wasn't just a Soviet problem, or just a nuclear problem, or just a historical event. It connects to ongoing issues of technological risk, institutional trust, and intergenerational responsibility. The disaster exceeds any single frame we place around it. This complexity is uncomfortable. Simple narratives are easier to remember, easier to teach, easier to use politically. But simplification can obscure important truths. The reality is that Chernobyl happened because multiple systems failed simultaneously, because small decisions compounded into catastrophe, because the safeguards that should have prevented disaster were inadequate, or disabled, or overwhelmed. Understanding this requires holding complexity, acknowledging uncertainty, resisting the urge to reduce the disaster to a single cause or lesson. For the people living with Chernobyl's legacy, complexity is daily reality. They navigate contradictory information about risk, make decisions based on incomplete knowledge, balance fear against normalcy, remember trauma while trying to move forward. They don't have the luxury of simple narratives. They live in the ambiguity, the uncertainty, the ongoing challenge of adapting to consequences they didn't choose. The world continues to operate nuclear reactors, continues to generate waste that will remain dangerous for thousands of years, continues to face questions about acceptable risk and energy policy. Chernobyl informs these discussions but doesn't resolve them. Different societies make different choices based on different values and circumstances. Some have phased out nuclear power entirely, others continue expanding it. Still others maintain existing plants while debating new construction. Each choice involves trade-offs. What Chernobyl undeniably demonstrates is that when nuclear accidents happen, the consequences are severe, long-lasting, and extend far beyond the facility itself. Whether that demonstration justifies avoiding nuclear power entirely or instead justifies being extremely careful with nuclear power is a question that admits multiple defensible answers. The disaster doesn't settle the debate. It provides crucial evidence that must be considered, but people considering the same evidence reach different conclusions based on different values and priorities. For those whose lives were shattered by Chernobyl, the policy debates probably feel distant from their experience. Their reality isn't about weighing nuclear power against climate change or comparing reactor designs. Their reality is the body that got sick, the home they lost, the childhood that was disrupted, the uncertainty that never quite goes away. Policy matters. It shapes compensation, health services, environmental cleanup. But it can't undo what happened or fully address the harm. The exclusion zone will outlast everyone currently alive. The contamination will persist beyond the lifetimes of the youngest children exposed in 1986, beyond their children's lifetimes, possibly beyond their grandchildren's lifetimes. This temporal scale is difficult to comprehend. We're not good at thinking in centuries, much less millennia. Yet the consequences of that night in April 1986 will echo forward in time farther than we can imagine, affecting people not yet born, requiring management by societies not yet formed. This is what Chernobyl ultimately reveals, that some storms don't gather visibly in the sky, that some disasters begin inside the hum of routine work, that catastrophe can be fully present before anyone recognizes it. The danger existed in the design from the beginning, hidden in technical specifications most people never read. It existed in the institutional culture that prioritized production over safety. It existed in the gap between procedures on paper and procedures as practiced. It existed in the decision to run a test during a night shift, in the pressure to complete what had been started, in each small choice that narrowed the margin for error. At a 1:23 on April 26, 1986, those accumulated vulnerabilities became kinetic. Containment failed. The invisible became consequential. A routine night became the beginning of the disaster. And the world learned slowly and painfully what happens when complex systems fail beyond their safeguards, when invisible threats overwhelm institutional capacity to respond, when the gap between what's real and what's perceived allows harm to multiply before recognition arrives. The people sleeping in Pripyat that night didn't know the air had changed. The firefighters responding to the flames didn't know they were walking into radiation fields that would kill them. The operators in the control room didn't know the reactor they were trying to cool had already been destroyed. Knowledge came later, came slowly, came too late to prevent much of the harm. And that delay, that gap between event and understanding, between physical danger and social acknowledgement of danger, is perhaps the most haunting aspect of the whole terrible story. Some disasters announce themselves unmistakably, others arrive quietly, invisibly, requiring instruments and expertise to recognize, demanding trust in institutions to communicate honestly. Chernobyl was the latter kind, and the consequences of that invisibility are still unfolding, decades later, in landscapes that remain contaminated, in bodies that remember exposure, in memories that can't be erased. The zone stands empty now, silent except for wind and wildlife. A monument built not from stone, but from absence, from all the futures that were interrupted when one night, inside a routine safety test, the ordinary became irrevocable, and the world learned what invisible can mean. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The city of Bhopal rested in that particular stillness that belongs to the hours after midnight, when even the restless have found their way to sleep, and the air holds a quality of waiting. December had brought cooler nights to central India, and on this early morning of the 3rd, the temperature had dropped enough that families slept with windows closed or only slightly cracked, blankets pulled close against the chill. In the poorer neighbourhoods that sprawled near the northern edge of the city, where homes were built close together and walls were thin, people slept the deep sleep of those whose days demanded physical labour and whose rest was earned rather than merely taken. Children curled against their mothers. Men who worked the markets and the railways and the small factories scattered throughout Bhopal lay still after long shifts. The city's rhythm had slowed to almost nothing, just the occasional dog barking in the distance, the rare vehicle passing on an empty road, the soft sounds of a place temporarily at peace with itself. But not everything in Bhopal was sleeping. On the northern outskirts, past the neighbourhoods of small homes and winding lanes, past the railway tracks that cut through the city's geography like a scar, the Union Carbide India Limited pesticide plant continued its overnight operations. The facility sprawled across acres of industrial ground, a collection of tanks and pipes and processing units that had become part of Bhopal's landscape over the years since its construction. During daylight hours, the plant employed hundreds of workers, men who understood the rhythms of chemical production, the way farmers understand seasons. But at night, the facility ran with a skeleton crew, just enough people to monitor the systems and maintain the basic functions that couldn't simply be shut down when the sun went down. The plant had its own logic, its own necessities that didn't align with human schedules. Chemicals don't care what time it is. Processes that have been started must continue. Tanks that hold reactive materials must be watched, cooled, contained according to specifications that were written by engineers and chemists who understood what happened when things went wrong. The plant produced carbaryl, a pesticide used on crops throughout India and beyond. The manufacturing process required methyl isocyanate as an intermediate compound, a chemical that carried significant hazards but also significant value in industrial production. MIC, as it was known in the shorthand of the industry, was stored in large underground tanks at the facility, held under carefully controlled conditions that were meant to prevent the kind of reaction that could turn storage into catastrophe. Temperature, pressure, purity of the material, integrity of the tanks and their safety systems. All of these factors had to align properly for the system to remain stable. When everything worked as designed, the plant was simply another industrial facility doing the work of modern chemical production. When things began to drift from specification, the margin for error became thinner and thinner until it disappeared entirely. On this particular night, one of the storage tanks, designated Tank 610, held approximately 40 tons of methyl isocyanate. The tank sat partially buried, connected to a network of pipes and safety systems that were meant to provide multiple layers of protection against release. There was a refrigeration unit designed to keep the MIC cool, slowing any potential reaction. There was a vent gas scrubber meant to neutralize any gases that might escape through the pressure relief system. There was a flare tower where escaped gases could be burned off safely rather than released into the atmosphere. On paper, the design reflected an understanding of the risks involved in storing large quantities of a highly reactive chemical in a populated area. In practice, the reality inside the plant that night reflected something different. The refrigeration unit that should have been keeping Tank 610 cool had been shut down weeks earlier as a cost-saving measure. The vent gas scrubber that should have been ready to neutralize any escaped MIC had been undergoing maintenance and wasn't operational. The flare tower, the last line of defense for burning off any gases that made it past the other systems, was also not functioning properly. These were not sudden failures. They represented a gradual erosion of the protective layers that stood between normal operations and disaster, choices made over time that prioritized short-term savings over long-term safety, decisions that accumulated until the plant's actual condition diverged sharply from what its design specifications promised. When you ask why a disaster happened, you're almost never asking about a single moment. You're asking about months or years of small compromises that created the conditions where a trigger event could become a catastrophe. The workers on duty that night were experienced men who knew the plant's systems, but they were operating within constraints they didn't fully control. Staffing had been reduced, maintenance had been deferred, training programs had been shortened. The company that operated the plant had been facing financial pressures, and like many corporations confronting declining profits, it had responded by cutting costs in ways that made the balance sheets look better while making the actual operations more fragile. This is not unique to one company or one plant. It's a pattern that appears again and again in industrial disasters, a kind of institutional logic that treats safety systems as optional rather than essential, as overhead rather than protection. When nothing bad happens for a long time, it becomes easier to believe that nothing bad will happen, that the expensive precautions are excessive, that the warnings from safety engineers are overcautious. This is the trap of normalized risk, the psychological drift that makes danger invisible by making it routine. Around 11:30 that night, something began to go wrong in Tank 610. The exact sequence of events would be debated for years afterward, examined in investigations and court proceedings and technical analyses, but the fundamental reality was simple enough. Water entered the tank through a connection that should have been isolated, and when water mixed with methyl isocyanate, an exothermic reaction began. The temperature inside the tank started to rise. As temperature increased, so did pressure. The MIC began to boil, producing gases that built up inside the tank faster than the relief systems could handle them. Under normal circumstances, this would have triggered multiple protective responses. The refrigeration system would have activated to cool the tank. The scrubber would have neutralized the gases venting through the relief valve. The flare tower would have burned off anything that made it past the scrubber. But none of these systems were functioning properly that night, which meant that as pressure built inside Tank 610, there was no effective way to stop what was about to happen. The workers in the plant noticed unusual readings sometime after midnight. Temperature and pressure in Tank 610 were climbing beyond normal ranges, but the initial response was shaped by the same normalization of risk that had created the vulnerable conditions in the first place. Alarms and unusual readings were not uncommon in industrial operations, and experienced workers develop a kind of practiced skepticism about every gauge fluctuation. Most anomalies resolve themselves or turn out to be instrumentation errors rather than genuine emergencies. So the first response was investigation rather than alarm, checking systems and looking for explanations that fit within the framework of normal operations. By the time it became clear that something genuinely catastrophic was developing inside Tank 610. The process was already beyond the point where the available responses could contain it. Pressure inside the tank continued to rise. The temperature climbed past safe limits, past the point where the MIC remained stable, into ranges where the chemical became highly reactive and volatile. The relief valve, designed to prevent the tank from rupturing under excessive pressure, began venting gases into the atmosphere. This was meant to be a safety feature, a controlled release that would prevent worse outcomes. But in this case, with the scrubber offline and the flare tower non-functional, venting meant releasing highly toxic methyl isocyanate directly into the night air above Bhopal. The gas was heavier than air, which meant it didn't rise and dissipate into the upper atmosphere. Instead, it began to sink and spread, flowing like an invisible flood across the ground, moving with the night breeze toward the neighbourhoods, where thousands of people slept unaware. The release began around 12:30 in the morning on December 3rd and continued for approximately 2 hours. During that time, an estimated 30 to 40 tons of methyl isocyanate and other toxic gases escaped from the plant and spread across an area of approximately 40 square kilometres. The neighbourhoods closest to the plant were hit first and hardest, but the gas cloud continued spreading as the night progressed, reaching areas several kilometres away. The people who lived near the plant were among Bhopal's poorest residents, families who had settled in that area precisely because land was cheap near the industrial facility, because rents were low, because it was the place where people with limited resources could afford to live. They had no warning systems, no evacuation plans, no information about what was stored at the nearby plant or what they should do if something went wrong. When the gas reached their homes, they woke to a horror that had no visible source and no obvious escape. Methyl isocyanate attacks the eyes first. Even at low concentrations, it causes immediate irritation, burning, and excessive tearing. At higher concentrations, it can cause temporary or permanent blindness. People woke in darkness to find their eyes burning with an intensity that made it impossible to see, impossible to orient themselves, impossible to understand what was happening. Then came the respiratory effects. MIC reacts with the moisture in the lungs, producing heat and causing severe irritation and damage to the respiratory tract. People began coughing uncontrollably, gasping for air that only brought more of the toxic gas into their lungs, feeling their throats constrict and their breathing become laboured and desperate. Children woke crying, unable to tell their parents what was wrong, unable to understand why breathing had become so difficult and painful. Parents tried to help, tried to protect, but they were equally affected, equally blind and choking and confused. The instinct, when faced with something invisible and terrifying, is to run, to get away, to find safety somewhere else. But running requires knowing which direction to go, and in the darkness and confusion and pain, there was no clear direction. The gas was everywhere and nowhere, an invisible threat that couldn't be seen or fought or reasoned with. Some people ran toward the gas cloud, thinking they were escaping. Some ran in circles, disoriented. Some tried to go back for family members and collapsed before they could return. The neighbourhoods erupted into movement without coordination. Thousands of people fleeing their homes simultaneously, creating crowds that clogged narrow lanes and made organised evacuation impossible, even if there had been someone to organise it. The gas continued to spread, and as it moved, more neighbourhoods woke to the same nightmare. Families who had been sleeping peacefully minutes earlier found themselves in the middle of a medical emergency they couldn't understand. The elderly and the very young were hit hardest. Those with existing respiratory conditions found themselves in immediate crisis. But even healthy adults struggled to breathe, struggled to see, struggled to maintain any kind of rational thought while their bodies screamed that something was desperately wrong. Fear moves faster than information, and in those hours after midnight, fear was the only thing moving at all. There were no announcements, no sirens, no voice of authority explaining what was happening or what people should do. There was only the growing realization that the air itself had become dangerous, and that understanding arrived person by person, family by family, as the gas cloud expanded its reach. Some people tried to protect themselves with wet cloths over their faces, an instinct that turned out to be partially correct, but inadequately protective. Moisture could reduce some of the burning from the gas, but it couldn't filter out enough of the toxin to make breathing safe. Some people climbed to upper floors thinking the gas might stay low to the ground. This sometimes helped, but the gas penetration was extensive enough that elevation alone wasn't protection. Some people stayed inside with doors and windows closed, which was probably the best available response, but many had already breathed enough of the gas to be seriously affected. And as the night progressed, the lack of any authoritative information meant that people were making life or death decisions based on guesswork and instinct, rather than knowledge about what they were actually facing. The hospitals began to fill around 1 a.m. At first it was a trickle, confused patients, arriving with burning eyes and respiratory distress, symptoms that might have indicated any number of things. But within an hour, the trickle had become a flood, hundreds and then thousands of people arriving at medical facilities that were designed to handle routine emergencies, not a mass casualty event involving an unknown toxic exposure. The doctors and nurses on duty that night faced an impossible situation. They didn't know what chemical had been released. They didn't know what treatments were indicated. They didn't know whether the exposure was ongoing or whether it had stopped. They had to treat symptoms they'd never seen in numbers that overwhelmed every available resource. Patients arrived unable to breathe properly, eyes streaming tears, coughing blood and mucus. Some were unconscious, some were convulsing, some had already stopped breathing by the time they arrived. The medical staff did what they could with what they had, administering oxygen to those who could still benefit from it, trying to stabilize the most critical cases, providing supportive care that addressed symptoms without being able to address the underlying chemical damage. Triage is never easy, but triage in the context of mass chemical exposure is particularly brutal because the tools that normally help doctors prioritize stable vital signs, good response to initial treatment, don't necessarily predict outcomes when the damage is chemical and still developing. The hospitals ran out of oxygen, they ran out of beds, they ran out of IV fluids and medications, they ran out of morgue space, patients lined the hallways, spilled out into courtyards, lay on the ground outside waiting for treatment that was hours delayed or never came. Family members who had accompanied the sick or injured became patients themselves as their own exposure symptoms worsened. Hospital staff continued working despite their own symptoms, despite burning eyes and difficulty breathing, because stopping meant abandoning people who desperately needed help. This is what emergency response looks like when the scale of the disaster exceeds the capacity of the system meant to handle it. Individuals doing everything possible while knowing it will never be enough. As dawn approached on December 3rd, the scale of what had happened began to come into focus. The streets near the plant were littered with bodies of people who had collapsed while trying to flee. Animals lay dead where they had fallen. Cows, dogs, birds, anything that had been breathing the air during those critical hours. The gas cloud had dissipated by sunrise, but the damage had been done. Thousands had been exposed. The exact number of deaths would be debated for years, but even the most conservative estimates placed the immediate death toll in the thousands, with thousands more dying in the days and weeks that followed. The broader impact, the hundreds of thousands who had been exposed to some degree, who would carry respiratory damage and other health effects for the rest of their lives, wouldn't be fully quantified for years. The city that woke on the morning of December 3rd was fundamentally changed. The sense of ordinary safety that had existed before, the assumption that home was a place of protection, had been shattered. People who had lived near the plant for years suddenly understood that they had been living adjacent to a danger they hadn't fully comprehended, that their proximity to industrial operations had carried a risk they had been neither informed about nor protected from. The disaster hadn't announced itself with visible warning signs or gradual escalation. It had arrived while people slept, turned the air toxic while they were at their most vulnerable, and left devastation before anyone understood what was happening. The investigation into how the disaster occurred began almost immediately, though the answers emerged slowly and through contested narratives. Union Carbide, the parent company that owned a majority stake in the Indian subsidiary that operated the plant, immediately faced questions about corporate responsibility and safety standards. The company's initial response focused on theories that positioned the disaster as sabotage or isolated operator error rather than systemic failure. This is not unusual in corporate crisis response. The instinct to protect the organization from liability often takes precedence over transparent accounting of what went wrong. But as investigators examined the plant's conditions and operational history, a pattern emerged that made the systemic failures impossible to ignore. The refrigeration system for the MIC storage tanks had been shut down to save operating costs. This was a decision made at a management level, a choice that prioritized immediate financial savings over the safety margin the refrigeration provided. Without refrigeration, any reaction inside the tanks would progress faster and more violently because the temperature wasn't being actively controlled. The vent gas scrubber, which should have neutralized any MIC that escaped through the relief valve, had been taken offline for maintenance. The flare tower, the last line of defense for burning off escaped gases, wasn't functioning properly. The instrumentation and alarm systems were known to be unreliable. Staffing had been cut to levels that made it difficult to respond effectively to abnormal situations. Maintenance had been deferred on multiple systems. Training for workers had been reduced. Each of these issues individually might have been manageable. Safety systems are designed with redundancy precisely because no single protection is perfect. But when multiple protective layers fail simultaneously, the system becomes vulnerable in ways that the original design never intended. This is what engineers call a common cause failure, when the same underlying problem affects multiple safety systems at once. In Bhopal, the common cause was cost-cutting pressure that degraded multiple protections simultaneously, creating a situation where there was no effective backup when things began to go wrong in Tank 610. The question of how water entered the tank became a focal point of investigation and dispute. Union Carbide suggested sabotage, implying that a disgruntled worker had deliberately introduced water to cause a reaction. This theory allowed the company to frame the disaster as an unforeseeable criminal act rather than the result of systematic safety degradation. But investigations by independent experts and government authorities found the sabotage theory unpersuasive. The more likely scenario involved water entering through a connection that should have been isolated during a routine cleaning procedure, combined with inadequate checking procedures and missing or improperly installed safety equipment that would normally have prevented such contamination. This wasn't sabotage. It was exactly the kind of error that safety systems are designed to catch and prevent, an error that becomes catastrophic only when the protective layers have already been stripped away. The regulatory environment in India at the time also came under scrutiny. Industrial regulation in developing countries often faces a tension between encouraging economic development and enforcing safety standards. Companies investing in industrial facilities bring employment and economic activity, which creates pressure on regulators to be accommodating rather than strict. In Bhopal, the regulatory oversight of the Union Carbide plant had been insufficient to catch or correct the degraded safety conditions. Inspections had been infrequent and often focused on documentation rather than actual operational conditions. When inspectors did identify issues, enforcement mechanisms were weak and slow. This created an environment where a company facing financial pressures could let safety standards slide without encountering sufficient pushback from regulatory authorities. The aftermath of Bhopal involved legal battles that stretched across decades, playing out in multiple jurisdictions and legal systems. Union Carbide faced criminal charges in India and civil litigation both in India and the United States. The company fought to limit its liability and to have cases heard in forums it considered more favourable to its interests. In 1989, the Indian government reached a settlement with Union Carbide for $470 million, intended to compensate victims and provide for medical care and economic rehabilitation. This settlement was controversial from the moment it was announced. Survivors and advocacy groups argued that the amount was grossly inadequate given the scale of the disaster and the long-term health effects people were experiencing. The per-victim compensation worked out to amounts that many considered insulting given the severity of injuries and ongoing health problems. The settlement also didn't resolve all questions of accountability. Criminal charges remained pending against Union Carbide executives, though the company successfully resisted extradition attempts and executives never faced trial. In 2010, 26 years after the disaster, 7 Indian nationals who had been officials at the plant were convicted of criminal negligence and received 2-year sentences and fines. For many survivors, this felt like justice delayed to the point of meaninglessness, token accountability that arrived after many of the people most affected had already died, and after the corporate structure that had created the conditions for disaster had long since evolved and changed. The question of fair compensation for industrial disasters is inherently difficult because there's no amount of money that can undo death or restore health or compensate for years of suffering. But the inadequacy in Bhopal went beyond the inherent limitations of compensation to reflect broader patterns of how multinational corporations operate in developing countries. The same company that might face strict regulatory oversight and substantial liability in its home country can operate under much looser standards when it builds facilities abroad, particularly in countries where regulatory systems are weaker and where legal remedies are more limited. This creates a kind of risk export, where hazardous operations are located in places where the consequences of failure are borne by populations that have less power to demand protection. The Bhopal disaster didn't end when the gas cloud dissipated, or when the immediate casualties were counted, or even when the legal settlement was reached. For the people who had been exposed, the disaster became a chronic condition, something they carried in their bodies and their lives for decades afterward. Respiratory problems persisted, making it difficult to work or engage in normal physical activity. Eye damage left many with impaired vision or blindness. Neurological effects emerged, including cognitive difficulties and psychological trauma. Women who had been exposed during pregnancy faced higher rates of stillbirth and birth defects. Children born after the disaster in families that had been exposed showed elevated rates of various health problems. The medical and scientific literature on long-term effects of MIC exposure is extensive and sobering, documenting how a single night of chemical exposure created health burdens that persisted across generations. The economic impact of these health effects compounded the direct harm. People who could no longer work at full capacity or who required ongoing medical care faced financial hardship that extended the disaster from a moment of acute crisis into a chronic condition of poverty and struggle. The Indian government established medical monitoring and treatment programs, but these were often underfunded and overwhelmed by the number of people requiring care. Access to quality treatment depended heavily on economic resources that many survivors didn't have. This is another pattern common to industrial disasters. The immediate harm is often followed by years of secondary effects that are less visible but no less real, creating what amounts to a slow-motion catastrophe that unfolds across time. The environmental contamination at the plant site itself became another long-term issue. After the disaster, the plant was shut down and eventually abandoned, but the chemicals and waste materials that had been part of its operations remained on site. Soil and groundwater contamination around the facility created ongoing exposure risks for people living in the area. Studies found elevated levels of toxic substances in wells near the plant, raising concerns about drinking water safety. Cleanup efforts were slow and contested, with arguments about who was responsible for funding and implementing remediation. The abandoned plant became a toxic landmark, a physical reminder of the disaster and an ongoing source of environmental health concerns. The delay in cleanup reflected broader problems with environmental remediation in cases involving multinational corporations and complex liability questions. Union Carbide argued that it had transferred ownership of the plant to the Indian subsidiary and therefore wasn't responsible for site cleanup. The Indian government and local authorities had limited resources for environmental remediation and faced difficulties compelling action from corporate entities that had legal and financial resources to resist. As a result, the contamination persisted for decades, with the site remaining a source of concern until cleanup efforts finally gained momentum in the 2020s, 40 years after the original disaster. This multi-decade delay in addressing environmental contamination is almost unfathomable from the perspective of acute crisis response, but it reflects the reality of how slowly institutions move when responsibility is contested and when the people most affected lack political and economic power. The families living near the abandoned plant didn't have the resources to force cleanup or to relocate to safer areas. They became trapped in a situation where their continued exposure to contamination was a known problem that nonetheless persisted year after year, creating what amounts to an ongoing disaster layered on top of the original acute event. The psychological impact of living through Bhopal and its aftermath created trauma that extended beyond the physical health effects. Survivors experienced anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress related to their experiences during the gas leak and to the ongoing uncertainty about their health and their children's health. The sense of betrayal, that they had been living near a danger they hadn't been warned about, that safety systems had failed, that compensation had been inadequate, that cleanup had been delayed for decades, created a deep distrust of institutions and corporations. This kind of institutional betrayal trauma is well documented in disaster research, and it can be as debilitating as the direct effects of the event itself, because it undermines the foundational sense that the world is reasonably safe and that there are systems and authorities that will protect you from harm. Children who were born after the disaster and who grew up in its shadow carried a different kind of burden. They inherited the health effects through exposure to contaminated environments and through the physiological impacts their parents had experienced. They also inherited the social and economic consequences, growing up in families that were struggling with disability and poverty, in communities that bore the stigma and ongoing effects of the disaster. For these children, Bhopal wasn't a historical event they learned about. It was the continuing context of their lives, shaping their opportunities and health outcomes in ways that made the past inseparable from the present. The broader lessons from Bhopal have been extensively analysed in the fields of industrial safety, environmental regulation, and corporate responsibility. The disaster demonstrated conclusively that safety systems cannot be treated as optional or as areas where cost-cutting won't have consequences. The multiple protective layers that had been degraded or disabled at the plant existed for precisely this reason, to ensure that normal operational errors wouldn't cascade into catastrophe. When those layers were stripped away to save costs, the margin for error disappeared entirely, and what should have been a contained problem became a disaster that killed thousands. The disaster also highlighted the particular vulnerabilities created when hazardous industrial facilities are located near dense residential populations. The decision to allow residential development near the Union Carbide plant, or conversely to allow the plant to operate adjacent to residential areas, reflected failures in land use planning and zoning that are common in rapidly developing areas. Poor populations settle near industrial facilities because land is cheap, while industrial operations are attracted to areas where land costs are low and regulatory oversight is limited. This creates dangerous proximity that turns industrial accidents into community catastrophes, as Bhopal demonstrated with devastating clarity. The international dimension of the disaster raised important questions about corporate responsibility that continue to be relevant. Should a multinational corporation be held to the same safety standards across all its operations, or is it acceptable for standards to vary based on local regulatory requirements? If a disaster occurs at a facility operated by a foreign subsidiary, what is the parent company's responsibility? How should compensation be determined when the disaster occurs in a developing country where life and health might be valued differently in economic terms than in wealthier nations? Bhopal became a case study in corporate globalization and its hazards, illustrating how profit-seeking enterprises could externalize risks onto vulnerable populations while limiting their exposure to accountability. The regulatory changes that followed Bhopal were significant but unevenly implemented. In India, new regulations required industries handling hazardous substances to develop emergency response plans and to inform nearby communities about the chemicals being stored and the risks they posed. The principle of community right to know. The idea that people living near industrial facilities should have access to information about what hazards they might face gained legal recognition in the aftermath of the disaster. Similar regulatory changes occurred in other countries, particularly regarding the storage of large quantities of hazardous chemicals near populated areas. These changes reflected a recognition that the regulatory approach to industrial hazards had been inadequate and needed to be strengthened. However, regulatory reform is only as effective as its implementation and enforcement. In many parts of the world, including India, the gap between regulations on paper and actual enforcement remained substantial. Industrial facilities might technically comply with reporting requirements while still operating with safety margins that were dangerously thin. The economic pressures that drove the cost-cutting at Bhopal didn't disappear with new regulations. They simply created incentives to find new ways to minimize expenses while maintaining the appearance of compliance. This ongoing tension between safety as a principle and profit as an imperative means that the lessons of Bhopal need to be continually relearned and reinforced, not just absorbed once and then assumed to be permanently integrated into industrial practice. The human dimension of Bhopal, the individual stories of people who lived through that night and its aftermath, provides a necessary counter to the abstract discussions of regulation and corporate responsibility. Each person who died had a name and a life that was cut short. Each person who survived carried specific injuries and losses that shaped their subsequent years. A man who had been a labourer and could no longer do physical work after his lungs were damaged. A woman who had been pregnant and whose child was stillborn or born with complications. A child who woke up blind and had to navigate a suddenly inaccessible world. These individual experiences aggregate into statistics and death tolls, but they never lose their fundamental particularity, the specific human reality of pain and loss and struggle. The survivor communities that formed after Bhopal became important sources of advocacy and mutual support. Organisations led by survivors pushed for better compensation, for adequate medical care, for environmental clean-up, for accountability from Union Carbide and its successors. These groups kept the disaster in public consciousness when there were strong institutional incentives to let it fade from attention, and they provided practical assistance to people navigating the complex bureaucracies of compensation and medical care. This kind of survivor organising is common in the aftermath of major disasters, and it serves both practical and psychological functions, helping people meet concrete needs while also providing a sense of agency and community in the face of institutions that can feel impersonal or hostile. The memory of Bhopal in India remains vivid and contested. For some, it represents the costs of industrialisation without adequate safeguards, a warning about what happens when economic development proceeds without sufficient attention to safety and environmental protection. For others, it represents the predatory behaviour of multinational corporations in developing countries, an example of how economic power can externalise risks onto vulnerable populations. For survivors and their families, it remains a lived reality rather than a historical event, something that continues to shape daily life through health problems, economic hardship, and the psychological weight of trauma and injustice. These different framings aren't mutually exclusive, but they reflect different perspectives on what the disaster means and what lessons should be drawn from it. Internationally, Bhopal became a reference point for discussions about industrial safety and corporate accountability. When similar disasters occurred or were narrowly avoided, Bhopal was invoked as the example of what happens when protective systems fail. The disaster influenced international treaties and guidelines about the transport and storage of hazardous chemicals, about emergency planning, about corporate responsibility for subsidiary operations. It became part of the education of engineers and safety professionals, a case study in how systems fail and what the consequences can be when they do. This incorporation into professional training and regulatory thinking represents a kind of institutional learning, though whether that learning is deep enough or consistent enough to prevent future disasters remains an open question. The question of whether another Bhopal could happen, or whether something similar has already happened in less documented contexts, is sobering. The conditions that created Bhopal, cost pressure leading to safety degradation, weak regulatory oversight, hazardous facilities near vulnerable populations, inadequate emergency planning, exist in many places around the world. Chemical production continues to grow, and while safety technology has improved, the fundamental tensions between profit maximization and safety investment remain. Every year, smaller industrial accidents occur that demonstrate the same patterns of degraded safety systems and inadequate response. Whether these accumulate into another catastrophe on the scale of Bhopal depends partly on luck and partly on whether the institutions responsible for oversight and enforcement are sufficiently robust to catch and correct dangerous conditions before they reach the point of failure. The ethical questions raised by Bhopal extend beyond immediate issues of corporate responsibility to deeper questions about acceptable risk and distributive justice. How much risk should communities near industrial facilities be expected to accept? How should the benefits of industrial production be weighed against the risks of catastrophic failure? When risks and benefits are distributed unequally, with profits accruing to distant shareholders, while risks are borne by nearby residents, what obligations do corporations and governments have to address that inequality? These questions don't have simple answers, but Bhopal insists that they be asked and confronted honestly, rather than ignored or papered over, with technical assurances that later prove inadequate. The decades that followed Bhopal saw some improvements in industrial safety practices and some strengthening of regulatory oversight, but also continued instances of industrial accidents and environmental disasters that demonstrated ongoing failures to implement the lessons that should have been learned. Each new disaster became its own case study, its own moment of outrage and investigation and reform promises. The pattern suggests that the institutional forces that created the conditions for Bhopal are resilient and resistant to fundamental change, that the same economic pressures and organisational dynamics that led to safety degradation in 1984 continue to operate in contemporary industrial operations, constrained somewhat by stronger regulations, but not eliminated. For the people of Bhopal, the trajectory from that night in December 1984 to the present represents not a single disaster, but an ongoing crisis with multiple phases. The acute phase of the gas leak and immediate deaths. The subacute phase of treating survivors and counting casualties. The chronic phase of living with long-term health effects and economic hardship. The multi-generational phase of children and grandchildren dealing with inherited health problems and environmental contamination. The justice-seeking phase of legal battles and advocacy for compensation and clean-up. Each phase brought its own challenges and disappointments, its own moments of hope and frustration. The disaster that happened in one night created ripples that extended across 40 years and counting, touching lives that hadn't even begun when the gas first escaped from tank 610. The question of closure, whether there can be an end to the Bhopal disaster, is complicated by the ongoing nature of its effects. While no new acute exposures are occurring from the original gas leak, the environmental contamination continues to create exposure pathways. Health effects from the original exposure persist in survivors who are now entering old age with compromised respiratory systems and other chronic conditions. The economic impacts continue through reduced earning capacity and ongoing medical costs. The psychological trauma persists in memories and in the anxiety about health and about whether justice was ever truly served. Closure would require not just the passage of time, but the resolution of all these ongoing effects, a threshold that has not been reached and may never be fully achieved. The commemoration of Bhopal each December 3rd serves multiple purposes. It honours those who died and those who survived. It keeps the disaster in public consciousness, resisting the tendency of historical events to fade from collective memory. It provides an occasion for renewed advocacy around ongoing issues of compensation, medical care, and environmental cleanup. It reminds policymakers and corporate executives that disasters are not simply absorbed and forgotten, but continue to resonate in the communities they affected. These annual commemorations are both memorials and protests, looking backward at what happened while also pressing forward on what still needs to be done. The environmental cleanup that finally began in earnest in the early 2020s represented a kind of progress, but progress that came so late that multiple generations had already been exposed to contamination that might have been prevented with earlier action. The removal of toxic waste from the site was technically complex and expensive, requiring specialised handling and disposal procedures for materials that had been degrading and reacting on site for decades. The fact that this cleanup took 40 years to begin demonstrates how difficult it is to compel action on environmental remediation when responsibility is contested and when the people most affected lack political power. It also demonstrates that some aspects of disaster response and recovery operate on timescales that extend far beyond the acute emergency phase, requiring sustained attention and resources over periods that challenge the institutional capacity of governments and corporations to maintain commitment. The medical monitoring programs established for Bhopal survivors have provided important data on the long-term health effects of acute chemical exposure, but they have also been criticised for being inadequately funded and for providing insufficient access to quality treatment. The tension between generating scientific knowledge about health effects and actually providing medical care to the people experiencing those effects reflects a broader challenge in disaster response, the temptation to study and document suffering without adequately addressing it. For survivors, being a subject of research without receiving commensurate benefits can feel like another form of exploitation, another way in which their disaster has been used by others without sufficient reciprocal support. The question of what Bhopal means for contemporary industrial society remains open and contested. In one framing, it's a historical disaster that led to important reforms and that demonstrates the progress that has been made in industrial safety since 1984. In another framing, it's a warning that remains current because the fundamental conditions that created it, profit pressure, regulatory capture, environmental injustice, continue to exist and create ongoing risks. Both framings contain elements of truth. Industrial safety has improved in many ways since 1984, with better technology, stronger regulations, and greater awareness of the need for protective systems. But the economic and organisational dynamics that led to safety degradation in Bhopal haven't been eliminated, and similar patterns continue to emerge in industrial accidents around the world. The legacy of Bhopal for chemical safety regulation is substantial but incomplete. The disaster spurred the development of process safety management systems that require companies to identify and control hazards in their operations. It led to emergency planning requirements that mandate preparation for worst-case scenarios. It strengthened community right-to-know laws that require disclosure of chemical hazards. These regulatory advances represent genuine progress, institutional learning that has likely prevented some accidents that might otherwise have occurred. But regulation is only as effective as enforcement, and enforcement depends on regulatory agencies having adequate resources and political support to challenge powerful industrial interests. The strength of regulatory systems varies enormously across jurisdictions and over time, creating patchwork protection that leaves gaps where disasters can still occur. The corporate response to Bhopal, both from Union Carbide specifically and from the chemical industry more broadly, has been studied extensively as an example of crisis management and corporate responsibility. Union Carbide's immediate response focused on limiting liability and managing public perception, strategies that are common in corporate crisis response, but that can conflict with the imperative to provide transparent information and adequate assistance to affected communities. The industry's broader response included some genuine improvements in safety practices and some public relations efforts aimed at rebuilding trust without necessarily changing underlying behaviours. Distinguishing between substantive reform and performative reassurance requires close attention to actual practices rather than just public statements, a task that is difficult for outside observers and even for regulatory authorities. The role of media coverage in shaping public understanding of Bhopal demonstrates both the power and the limitations of journalism in covering complex industrial disasters. The immediate coverage provided graphic images and emotional stories that brought the human cost of the disaster into sharp focus, generating public outrage and political pressure for response. But the complexity of the technical and regulatory failures that created the conditions for the disaster was harder to convey in news coverage that needed to be accessible and engaging. The result was often a focus on dramatic moments and visible consequences without adequate attention to the systemic failures that made the disaster possible. This pattern is common in disaster coverage and creates challenges for public understanding of what prevention would actually require. The academic literature on Bhopal spans multiple disciplines: engineering, public health, environmental science, sociology, law, ethics, business management, and provides detailed analyses of different aspects of the disaster and its aftermath. This scholarship has been valuable in documenting what happened and in identifying lessons that might prevent future disasters. But there's a risk that academic analysis can become disconnected from the lived experience of survivors and from the practical challenges of implementing reforms in real-world contexts. the most useful scholarship maintains connection to the human dimension of the disaster, while also providing rigorous analysis of technical and institutional failures, a balance that isn't always easy to achieve. The representation of Bhopal in popular culture, films, books, art, music, has helped keep the disaster in public consciousness and has provided ways for people to engage with its meaning beyond technical analyses and regulatory discussions. These cultural works often emphasize the human stories and the injustice of inadequate accountability, providing emotional connection that can motivate continued advocacy and reform efforts. At the same time, cultural representation risks simplifying complex realities or focusing on aspects that are dramatically compelling rather than analytically important. The relationship between cultural memory and historical accuracy is always complicated, particularly for events that continue to resonate in contested ways. The comparison between Bhopal and other industrial disasters reveals both common patterns and important differences. The 1976 Seveso disaster in Italy, the 1984 San Juanico disaster in Mexico City, the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear accident, the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill, the 2013 Rana Plaza building collapse in Bangladesh. Each of these events has its own specific causes and contexts, but they share common themes of cost pressure leading to safety degradation, regulatory failures, inadequate emergency response, and disproportionate impacts on vulnerable populations. Studying these disasters together reveals systemic patterns in how industrial hazards are managed and how disasters unfold when protections fail. It also reveals how difficult it is to maintain institutional learning across time and across different industrial sectors and geographic contexts. The question of prevention, what would it actually take to ensure that another Bhopal doesn't happen, requires confronting uncomfortable truths about the relationship between industrial production, economic pressure, and safety. Perfect safety is impossible, but the level of safety achieved in any given context depends on how organizations and societies are willing to invest in protective systems and how rigorously those systems are maintained. This isn't primarily a technical question, but a question of values and priorities. When safety systems are treated as costs to be minimized rather than as essential infrastructure to be maintained, the risk of catastrophic failure increases. When regulatory oversight is weakened or when enforcement is inadequate, the constraints that prevent cost-cutting from degrading safety are removed. Prevention requires sustained commitment to safety as a fundamental value, backed by institutional structures that can resist the constant pressure to prioritize short-term profit over long-term protection. The international dimension of industrial safety has become increasingly important as global supply chains and multinational corporate structures make it possible for companies to locate hazardous operations in jurisdictions with weaker regulations and enforcement. This creates opportunities for regulatory arbitrage, where companies seek out locations where they can operate with lower safety standards and less oversight. Preventing disasters in this context requires international cooperation and standards that create baseline protections regardless of location, preventing a race to the bottom where safety is sacrificed for competitive advantage. The development of such international standards has been slow and incomplete, constrained by national sovereignty concerns and by resistance from industries that benefit from regulatory variation. The climate crisis adds another dimension to industrial safety concerns, as extreme weather events and environmental changes can stress industrial systems and create new failure pathways. Chemical facilities designed for one climate regime may face different risks as temperatures rise, precipitation patterns change, and extreme events become more frequent. The interaction between climate change and industrial hazards is an emerging area of concern that requires integrating climate adaptation into industrial safety planning. This adds complexity to already difficult safety management challenges and underscores how environmental and industrial risks are increasingly interconnected rather than separate domains. The economic development context in which Bhopal occurred, a developing country seeking to build industrial capacity and create employment, remains relevant because similar dynamics continue in many parts of the world today. The tension between economic development goals and environmental and safety protection creates pressure to accept risks that might not be tolerated in wealthier countries. This raises fundamental questions about environmental justice and whether it's acceptable for the hazards of industrial production to be systematically located in poorer regions where populations have less political power to resist. Addressing these questions requires confronting global economic inequalities and power imbalances, challenges that extend far beyond industrial safety regulation. The role of technology in improving industrial safety is significant but not deterministic. Better sensors, more sophisticated control systems, improved emergency shutdown capabilities. These technological advances can provide better protection against the kind of failures that occurred at Bhopal. But technology is only as reliable as the maintenance and operational practices that support it. Sophisticated safety systems that are poorly maintained or that are overridden to save costs provide little actual protection. The Bhopal disaster demonstrated that the existence of safety systems, on paper or in design, doesn't guarantee protection in practice. This remains true in contemporary operations, where advanced technology must be coupled with strong safety culture and adequate resources to provide genuine protection. The concept of safety culture, the organizational norms and values that determine how seriously safety is taken in day-to-day operations, has become increasingly central to industrial safety management since Bhopal. A strong safety culture treats safety as a core value rather than as a compliance requirement, encourages workers to report concerns without fear of retaliation, and ensures that safety considerations are weighted seriously in decision-making at all levels. Building and maintaining such a culture requires ongoing effort and leadership commitment. It cannot be created through policy documents alone. The degradation of safety culture at the Bhopal plant reflected broader organizational dynamics, where cost pressure and production demands took precedence over safety concerns, a pattern that can emerge in any organization unless actively resisted. The trauma experienced by emergency responders and medical personnel who dealt with the immediate aftermath of Bhopal is often overlooked in discussions focused on community impact, but it represents another dimension of the disaster's human cost. The doctors and nurses who worked through that night and the days that followed, treating patients they often couldn't save, witnessing suffering on a scale they had never encountered and were not equipped to handle, carried their own psychological burdens afterward. The experience of trying to provide care in overwhelming circumstances, of making impossible triage decisions, of working to exhaustion while knowing it wasn't enough. These create lasting trauma for caregivers, as well as for the direct victims of the disaster. The question of accountability for industrial disasters, like Bhopal, involves multiple levels: individual, organizational, and systemic. Individual accountability focuses on specific people whose decisions or actions contributed to the disaster, and it provides a kind of moral satisfaction to identify wrongdoers and impose consequences. But individual accountability can obscure broader organizational and systemic failures that created the context in which those individual decisions made sense or seemed necessary. The managers who decided to shut down the refrigeration system were responding to organizational pressures and financial constraints, not acting out of individual malice. This doesn't excuse the decision, but it suggests that preventing similar disasters requires addressing the organizational and economic structures that create pressure for such decisions. not just holding individuals accountable after the fact. The long delay between the disaster and criminal convictions, 26 years, illustrates how difficult it can be to achieve accountability through legal systems, particularly when powerful corporate entities are involved and when jurisdictional questions complicate proceedings. The length of such legal processes can defeat their purpose if the people most directly harmed die before seeing any resolution, or if organisational changes mean that the people ultimately held accountable are different from those who made the critical decisions. This isn't to suggest that legal accountability is worthless, but rather that it has significant limitations as a mechanism for justice in complex industrial disasters involving corporate actors with resources to resist and delay legal processes. The economic arguments that are sometimes made to justify accepting higher levels of industrial risk in developing countries, that poorer countries can't afford the same level of safety protection as wealthy countries, that development requires accepting some additional risk, deserve critical examination. While it's true that poorer countries face resource constraints that make some safety investments difficult, it's also true that the human cost of disasters is arguably higher in contexts where people have fewer resources to cope with health impacts and economic losses. The argument that poor people should accept higher risks because their lives are worth less in economic terms is morally indefensible, but it implicitly underlies some policy choices about acceptable risk levels and safety investments in different contexts. The role of local communities in monitoring and responding to industrial hazards has gained recognition since Bhopal as a valuable complement to government regulation. Community-based monitoring can identify problems that regulators might miss and can provide earlier warning of deteriorating conditions. Empowering communities with information about local hazards and with mechanisms to demand action when they observe concerning conditions creates additional layers of oversight beyond formal regulatory systems. However, this also shouldn't become a way to shift responsibility for safety onto communities rather than ensuring adequate regulatory oversight and corporate compliance with safety standards. Community involvement should complement rather than replace professional regulation and corporate responsibility. The relationship between economic inequality and disaster vulnerability is clearly illustrated by Bhopal, where the people most affected were those who lived near the plant, precisely because they couldn't afford to live anywhere else. This pattern, where environmental hazards are disproportionately located near poor communities, is well documented globally and reflects how economic power shapes the distribution of both benefits and burdens from industrial activity. Addressing environmental justice requires not just better safety practices at individual facilities, but also attention to the land use, zoning, and economic structures that create and perpetuate these disparate exposures. The scientific uncertainty about long-term health effects from acute toxic exposure creates additional challenges for survivors seeking compensation and care. While there's clear evidence that MIC exposure caused significant health impacts, the specific attribution of individual health problems to the Bhopal exposure decades later involves scientific complexity that can be exploited by entities seeking to minimize liability. The burden of proof required in legal and compensation systems often falls on survivors to demonstrate causation, a burden that can be difficult to meet when dealing with health effects that have multiple potential causes. This asymmetry, where uncertainty is resolved in favour of those with resources and legal sophistication rather than those who suffered harm, represents another dimension of injustice in disaster response. The psychological impact of living with ongoing uncertainty about health, about contamination, about whether adequate care and compensation will be provided, creates a kind of chronic stress that compounds the direct effects of exposure. This uncertainty isn't just an individual psychological state, but a social condition created by institutional failures to provide clear information adequate support, and timely resolution of outstanding issues. Reducing this uncertainty would require institutions to prioritize transparency and decisive action, even when some aspects of the situation remain scientifically uncertain, an approach that conflicts with institutional tendencies toward caution and risk avoidance in making commitments. The global chemical industry's response to Bhopal included the creation of the Responsible Care Initiative, a voluntary industry program aimed at improving safety performance and rebuilding public trust after the disaster. Voluntary industry initiatives can contribute to improved practices by creating norms and expectations within industry communities and by providing frameworks for sharing best practices. However, voluntary programs also have inherent limitations. They depend on industry commitment that can waver when it conflicts with cost considerations. They lack the enforcement mechanisms of regulation, and they can serve public relations purposes without fundamentally changing behaviours. The effectiveness of voluntary initiatives needs to be assessed based on actual performance rather than on programme descriptions and commitments. The interplay between different types of regulation, performance-based standards that specify outcomes versus prescriptive standards that specify required practices, has implications for preventing disasters like Bhopal. Performance-based regulation gives companies flexibility in how they achieve safety goals, but requires sophisticated monitoring to ensure that outcomes are actually being met. Prescriptive regulation provides clearer requirements, but can become outdated as technology and practices evolve. The optimal regulatory approach likely involves elements of both, adapted to specific contexts and risks. What's clear from Bhopal is that regulations must be actually enforced to be effective, and that enforcement requires adequately resourced regulatory agencies with technical expertise and political support to challenge powerful industrial actors. The AOI, emotional labour of survivors in repeatedly telling their stories, participating in commemorations, engaging with researchers and journalists, pursuing legal and advocacy efforts. This work is often invisible, but it's essential to maintaining public consciousness of the disaster and pressure for ongoing response. This labour is typically uncompensated and can be emotionally costly, requiring people to relive traumatic experiences for the benefit of public education and advocacy. Recognising and supporting this work is one way that institutions and individuals who care about learning from Bhopal can demonstrate respect for survivors and acknowledgement of their ongoing contributions. The challenge of maintaining institutional memory and learning over time is illustrated by the way that safety lessons from Bhopal have sometimes been forgotten or ignored in subsequent industrial operations. Organisations and industries turn over personnel, leadership changes bring different priorities, economic pressures create temptations to cut costs in ways that previous experience showed were dangerous. Sustaining safety performance requires active effort to maintain institutional knowledge and commitment, not just a one-time response to a disaster. This is difficult in practice because the urgent often drives out the important, and because the absence of disasters can create complacency about safety rather than validation that protective systems are working. The broader questions about industrial society that Bhopal raises about how to balance the benefits of chemical production against the risks, about whether current approaches to managing industrial hazards are adequate, about what obligations corporations and governments have to protect vulnerable populations, don't have simple answers, but Bhopal insists that they be grappled with seriously rather than avoided or assumed to have been resolved. The disaster represents a kind of worst case that reveals what's at stake when industrial hazards are poorly managed, providing both motivation and warning for continuing efforts to improve safety and accountability. The people who died in Bhopal and those who survived with lasting harm deserve to be remembered, not just as statistics or as examples in safety training, but as individuals whose lives had value and meaning independent of what their tragedy can teach others. This tension between learning from disaster and respecting the humanity of those who suffered is always present in how disasters are commemorated and studied. The most ethical approach to engaging with Bhopal holds both imperatives: rigorous analysis of what went wrong and how to prevent recurrence, coupled with recognition of and respect for the human beings whose suffering provides the impetus for that analysis. The night of December 2nd to 3rd, 1984 lasted only hours, but its effects have now extended across 4 decades and will likely persist for years to come. The gas cloud dispersed, the immediate crisis passed, the dead were buried, the survivors went on living. But the disaster created a permanent mark, a before and after in Bhopal's history and in the broader history of industrial safety and environmental justice. The story that began with a sleeping city and a plant where protective systems had been degraded beyond their capacity to protect continues through legal battles and medical monitoring programs and environmental cleanup efforts and annual commemorations and ongoing struggles for justice and care. It continues in the bodies of aging survivors and in the lives of children born into communities still dealing with the disaster's aftermath. It continues in the regulatory frameworks and corporate policies that were influenced, even if incompletely, by the lessons of what happened when things went catastrophically wrong in Bhopal. The darkness that enveloped Bhopal that night was both literal and metaphorical. The physical darkness of the hours before dawn when the gas leak occurred, and the darkness of ignorance and vulnerability that left people unable to understand what was happening or how to protect themselves. In the 40 years since, some light has been brought to that darkness through investigation and advocacy and reforms, but shadows remain in the ongoing health effects, the environmental contamination that persisted for decades, the inadequacy of accountability and compensation, the possibility that similar disasters could occur elsewhere if the same pressures and failures align again. The work of remembering Bhopal and learning from it is not complete as long as these shadows persist, as long as industrial hazards continue to threaten vulnerable populations, as long as the economic and organisational dynamics that created the conditions for disaster remain active in contemporary industrial operations. The invisible storm that struck Bhopal that night carried lessons about the nature of industrial risk, about the fragility of protective systems, about the vulnerability of people who live in proximity to hazards they may not fully understand and certainly don't control. These lessons remain relevant because the conditions they describe, industrial production involving hazardous materials, economic pressures that create incentives to reduce costs, populations living near facilities without adequate protection or information, continue to exist. Whether future generations will face their own versions of Bhopal depends on whether the institutions responsible for safety and oversight maintain the commitment and resources necessary to prevent the kind of systematic degradation of protections that created the vulnerability in 1984. The story of Bhopal is simultaneously a historical event that occurred on a specific night in a specific place, and an ongoing warning about what can happen when the protection of human life and health is subordinated to other concerns in the operation of hazardous industrial systems. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The evening settled over the villages the way it always did, quietly, with the kind of familiarity that makes you stop noticing the details. Doors closed against the cooling air, fires dimmed to embers, voices dropped to murmurs and then to nothing as families found their way to sleep. In the highlands of Cameroon, where the land rolls in waves of green and volcanic soil runs deep and rich, the night of August 21st, 1986 began like any other night had begun for generations. Lake Nyos sat in its crater a few kilometres away. dark and still under the stars. It was the kind of lake that people lived near without thinking much about. Deep, yes, and oddly circular in the way crater lakes are, but not remarkable in the day-to-day sense. It didn't flood, it didn't dry up, it simply existed, a pocket of water held in old volcanic stone, reflecting the sky when the light was right, and otherwise just being there, part of the landscape, part of the backdrop to ordinary life. Children knew its shores, cattle drank from its edges, no one feared it. Why would they? It had been there longer than memory, longer than the oldest stories anyone still told. It was as permanent and unremarkable as the hills themselves. The villages, Nyos, Kam, Char, Subum, and others scattered across the valleys, were small, tight communities where everyone knew everyone, where the rhythms of farming and family shaped the passage of time. The work was hard but predictable. The seasons turned. Crops grew or didn't grow. Babies were born, old people died, and life continued in the way life does, when it's rooted in a place that doesn't change much from year to year. On that particular evening, there was nothing unusual. No tremors in the ground, no strange smells in the air, no animals behaving oddly, no sudden weather, no signs that the universe was about to deliver something incomprehensible. People ate their meals. They talked about the things people talk about, work to be done tomorrow, a neighbour's health, a child's progress, the small concerns that fill the spaces between dawn and sleep. And then they slept. The air was cool but not cold. The darkness was complete in the way it only is far from cities, where there are no streetlights to soften the night, no ambient glow to remind you that the world is full of people doing things. Just stars if you looked up, and the quiet sounds of a place settling down, the occasional rustle of leaves, the faint call of something nocturnal, the whisper of wind moving through the valleys. Lake Nyos, in its crater, sat in that same darkness. From above, if anyone had been watching from the hills, it would have looked like a dark mirror, a perfectly still surface catching nothing because there was no light to catch. The water was deep, over 200 metres in places, and the shape of the lake itself told a story that most people didn't think about. This was a volcanic crater, a place where the earth had once opened and then sealed itself again, leaving behind a basin that filled with rainwater and runoff over centuries. Volcanic landscapes have a particular character. The soil is fertile because it's full of minerals that plants love. The stone is often dark and porous, shaped by heat and pressure and rapid cooling. And beneath the surface, in places where the rock is fractured or the mantle still sends up slow reminders of its presence, gases seep upward, carbon dioxide mostly, along with traces of other things, moving through cracks and fissures at a pace that geological time measures in patience. These gases don't usually matter. They vent into the air and disperse. They dissolve into groundwater and flow away. They become part of the background chemistry of the earth, invisible and irrelevant to anyone living on top of it. But sometimes, under the right conditions, they accumulate. Lake Nyos was deep and stratified, which means the water didn't mix much between the surface and the bottom. The top layer, warmed by the sun and stirred by wind, stayed relatively light and mobile. But below a certain depth, the water was colder, denser, and still, protected from circulation by its own weight and the stable temperature gradient. This kind of layering is common in deep lakes, especially in tropical climates where the surface heats up, but the depths remain cool year-round. What made Lake Nyos different, what made it dangerous in a way no one understood, was what was happening far below. Carbon dioxide, seeping up from magma chambers deep in the earth, was dissolving into that cold, still water at the bottom of the lake. And because of the pressure at depth, because of the weight of all that water pressing down, the lake could hold an astonishing amount of gas in solution. Far more than seemed possible. Far more than the surface would ever suggest. It was like a sealed bottle of soda, holding carbonation under pressure. Stable, harmless, until something disturbed it. The people. sleeping in the villages that night, had no concept of any of this. How could they? The science of limnic eruptions, the term that would later be used to describe what was about to happen, wasn't widely understood, even by scientists in 1986. There were theories, a few documented cases from other parts of the world, but nothing that had prepared anyone for the scale of what a large, deep crater lake could do if it released its stored gas all at once. So they slept, and the lake sat in its crater, and the night continued. Sometime after 9 in the evening, though the exact moment would never be known with certainty, something changed. It might have been a landslide, a small one, a shift of rock or soil from the steep crater walls slipping into the water. It might have been a pocket of gas pushing up from below with just enough force to disturb the stratification. It might have been the cumulative effect of years of gas slowly saturating the deep water until it reached a tipping point, a threshold where the system became unstable and any small disturbance could trigger a chain reaction. Whatever the trigger, it brought deep water upward. And when deep water rises, the pressure on it decreases. And when pressure decreases, dissolved gas comes out of solution. The process started slowly, perhaps a few bubbles, a slight stirring in the depths. But carbon dioxide coming out of solution creates more bubbles, which makes the water lighter, which makes it rise faster, which decreases the pressure further, which releases more gas. The feedback loop is vicious and accelerating. What begins as a whisper becomes a roar. Except there was no roar, not one that anyone heard. What happened instead was something far stranger and more terrible. An enormous volume of carbon dioxide. Estimates would later suggest something close to a cubic kilometre of gas erupted from the lake in a massive, silent release. Some witnesses, the very few who survived and were awake at the right moment, reported hearing a rumbling sound, a low vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. Others reported seeing the lake's surface churn and foam, though in the darkness it would have been hard to see much of anything clearly. What is certain is that a vast cloud of CO2 rose from the lake, and then, because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, began to sink and spread. It didn't dissipate the way a normal gas cloud might. It didn't rise into the atmosphere and thin out. It behaved like a liquid, like an invisible flood, pouring down from the crater lake and following the contours of the land, flowing into the valleys where the villages were, moving at speeds estimated at between 20 and 50 kilometers per hour, a silent wall of gas that displaced the air as it went. If you had been standing on a hillside above the lake, watching, you would have seen nothing. The night would have looked normal. The stars would have been the same. There would have been no fire, no light, nothing visual to mark the event, just darkness and silence. But in the valleys below, where the gas clouds settled and pooled, the air was changing. Carbon dioxide itself isn't toxic in the way poison gas is toxic. It doesn't attack the lungs or the nervous system chemically, but it does something simpler and just as deadly. It displaces oxygen. In concentrations above 10% or so, it causes rapid loss of consciousness. Above 25 or 30%, death comes in minutes, sometimes seconds. The body simply cannot get the oxygen it needs. The brain shuts down. Breathing becomes impossible, not because the lungs stop working, but because there's nothing to breathe. And the gas was heavy enough, concentrated enough, that in the low-lying areas it didn't just mix with the air, it replaced it. The first people to die probably never woke up. They were asleep when the cloud arrived, and they simply stopped breathing. There would have been no pain, no awareness, no chance to understand what was happening. Just sleep, and then nothing. Others might have woken to a feeling of suffocation, a desperate gasping confusion in the darkness, trying to understand why the air had stopped working. Some might have tried to run, to get outside, to find help, but the gas was everywhere in the valleys, and running doesn't help when there's nowhere to run to. When the thing killing you is invisible and all around you. Animals died the same way. Cattle, goats, dogs, birds, insects, anything that needed to breathe. The gas didn't distinguish between species or age or anything else. It simply removed the possibility of breath. By some estimates, the cloud persisted for hours, slowly dispersing as it spread over a wider area, thinning and mixing with the air until the concentrations dropped below lethal levels. But for the critical first hour or two, in the valleys directly below the lake, the air was simply gone. When dawn came, it revealed a scene that felt wrong, in a way that's hard to articulate. The villages looked normal. The houses were intact. There had been no fire, no flood, no visible destruction. Doors were closed the way they'd been closed the night before. Belongings were where they'd been left. The physical world was undisturbed, but the people were gone. The first survivors to emerge, those who had been on higher ground or far enough from the valleys to escape the worst of the cloud, moved through the villages in a kind of stunned disbelief. They found families in their homes, lying as if asleep. They found neighbours in doorways, collapsed as if they'd been trying to get outside. They found livestock dead in their pens, birds fallen in mid-flight, insects lifeless on the ground, and everywhere the terrible silence. No crying children, no roosters announcing the morning, no sounds of life resuming the way it should after a normal night. Just the absence of those sounds, which was somehow louder than any noise could have been. The confusion was profound. How do you make sense of a disaster that leaves no evidence of itself? There were no wounds to examine, no wreckage to point to, no obvious cause that fit any pattern people knew. Some thought it might have been a poison gas attack, though who would attack remote villages and why was impossible to say. Others wondered if it was some kind of curse or supernatural event, because what else could explain such a thing? The survivors did what people do in the aftermath of incomprehensible tragedy. They tried to help. They moved through the villages, calling out names, checking homes, hoping against hope to find someone else alive. They began the grim work of understanding the scale of what had happened, though the full count would take days to establish. The numbers, when they finally came together, were staggering. More than 1,700 people dead, thousands of animals dead, entire communities effectively erased in a single night. And still, no one knew why. Word spread slowly at first, limited by the remoteness of the area and the lack of communication infrastructure. But when news of the disaster finally reached the outside world, it brought scientists, government officials, journalists, and aid workers rushing to the region. The international response was swift, driven both by humanitarian concern and by a deep scientific puzzlement. What could possibly cause this? The early theories were all over the map. Some thought it might have been a volcanic eruption releasing toxic gases, though there was no evidence of any volcanic activity, no lava, no ash, no seismic events that would indicate an eruption. Others suggested a chemical spill or industrial accident, though there were no industries in the area to cause such a thing. A few even proposed that it might have been a meteor strike releasing subsurface gases, though again, there was no impact crater or evidence to support it. The key clues came from the pattern of deaths. They were concentrated in the valleys and low-lying areas. They decreased with elevation, and they radiated outward from Lake Nyos in a way that suggested the lake itself was the source, though the lake looked perfectly normal, calm, undisturbed, showing no signs of having done anything unusual. Investigators began interviewing survivors, piecing together the timeline. A few people reported hearing a loud noise or feeling a rumbling late in the evening. Some who lived near the lake described seeing the water appear to bubble or foam, though in the darkness it was hard to be certain of what they'd seen. One survivor spoke of a strange smell, like rotten eggs or gunpowder, though others didn't mention any smell at all. The breakthrough came when scientists examined the lake itself more closely. They took water samples from different depths and analysed the chemistry. What they found was startling. The deep water of Lake Nyos was still heavily saturated with carbon dioxide, even after the eruption, which meant that before the event, it must have been holding truly enormous quantities of the gas. Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The volcanic geology of the region, the depth of the lake and its stratification, the seepage of CO2 from below, the way the gas could dissolve into deep cold water under pressure, accumulating over years or decades until something triggered a sudden release. The term limnic eruption was applied, though it was still a relatively obscure phenomenon. There had been a similar event at Lake Manoon, another Cameroonian crater lake, just 2 years earlier in 1984. Though on a much smaller scale, 37 people had died there, and the cause had been mysterious at the time. Now, with Lake Nyos providing a much larger and more devastating example, the mechanism became clearer. A limnic eruption, scientists explained, is essentially an overturning of a stratified lake, triggered by the sudden release of dissolved gas. The gas, usually carbon dioxide but sometimes methane, comes out of solution rapidly, creating a fountain or geyser of gas-saturated water that can reach hundreds of meters into the air in extreme cases. The gas then spreads out, and if it's denser than air, it flows downhill like a fluid. The comparison to a shaken soda bottle became common in explanations, and it's apt. The pressure keeps the gas dissolved until something disrupts the system, and then it all comes out at once in a violent degassing event. The difference is that a lake the size of Nyos can release quantities of gas that dwarf anything a bottle could hold, enough to flood entire valleys with suffocating concentrations of CO2. For the survivors and the families of the victims, the scientific explanation provided answers but little comfort. Understanding how it happened didn't bring anyone back. It didn't erase the trauma of waking up to find everyone you knew dead for no visible reason. It didn't solve the practical problems of rebuilding shattered communities or caring for the children who had lost their parents. The international community responded with aid, medical supplies, food, temporary shelter, psychological support. The Cameroonian government declared the area a disaster zone and worked to relocate survivors to safer ground. Though many were reluctant to leave the land their families had lived on for generations. But perhaps the most important response was the scientific one, the determination to prevent this from ever happening again. Lake Nyos still existed. It was still deep. It was still in a volcanic region where CO2 continued to seep upward from below, and the water samples showed it was still saturated with gas, which meant another eruption was not just possible, but likely at some point in the future if nothing was done. The solution that emerged was both elegant and practical: degassing. If the problem was too much dissolved CO2 building up in the deep water, then the answer was to release it in a controlled way before it could accumulate to dangerous levels. Engineers designed a system of pipes that would be anchored at the bottom of the lake and extend to the surface. The principle was simple. Deep water, heavy with dissolved gas, would be pumped or siphoned up through the pipe. As it rose and the pressure decreased, the gas would come out of solution, creating bubbles that would make the water even lighter and help drive it upward. Once the flow started, it would become self-sustaining, a fountain of degassing water that would spray harmlessly into the air, releasing the CO2 safely where it could disperse into the atmosphere. The first degassing pipe was installed at Lake Nyos in 2001, 15 years after the disaster. It worked exactly as designed, creating a plume of water and gas that rose 20 meters into the air, visible from a distance like a geyser. The system ran continuously, slowly drawing down the concentration of dissolved gas in the deep water. Additional pipes were installed over the years, increasing the rate of degassing and providing redundancy in case one system failed. Similar systems were installed at Lake Manoon and at Lake Kivu, a much larger lake on the border between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo that also showed dangerous levels of dissolved gas. The degassing systems represented a rare victory of human engineering over a natural hazard that had seemed almost impossible to defend against. You can't prevent earthquakes or stop volcanoes, but you can, apparently, defuse a lake. Yet the story of Lake Nyos doesn't end with a neat technological solution. The disaster left scars that engineering couldn't touch. The survivors carried memories of that night, those who had been away from the valleys, those who had been on high enough ground, those who had been just far enough from the worst of the cloud to survive with injuries rather than death. They remembered the silence of the morning. They remembered the incomprehension of finding everyone gone. They remembered the guilt of surviving when so many didn't, even though there was nothing they could have done. For years afterward, the area around the lake remained largely abandoned. The villages were ghost towns, slowly being reclaimed by vegetation, houses collapsing without anyone to maintain them, paths disappearing into the undergrowth. Some survivors moved back eventually, drawn by attachment to the land or lack of options elsewhere, but the population never recovered to what it had been. The lake itself became a site of scientific study, a natural laboratory for understanding limnic eruptions and testing prevention strategies. Researchers visited regularly to monitor gas levels, check the degassing systems, and study the lake's chemistry and biology. The data they collected contributed to a broader understanding of how volcanic lakes behave and what risks they pose. But for the people who lived through it and lost family and friends, Lake Nyos would always be more than a scientific phenomenon. It was the place where the world had stopped making sense for a while, where the normal rules of cause and effect had seemed suspended, where the unthinkable had happened on an ordinary night without warning or mercy. There's a particular kind of horror in disasters that come without warning, that strike in the night when you're asleep and defenseless, that kill indiscriminately and leave no chance for escape or resistance. Earthquakes have that quality sometimes. Tsunamis, sudden floods, but even those leave physical evidence. Broken buildings, displaced water, disturbed earth. They change the landscape in visible ways. Lake Nyos didn't. The gas came and went like a ghost, killing everything that breathed and then dispersing, leaving behind a world that looked exactly as it had before, except for the absence of life. In the years since, as the story of the disaster has been told and retold, certain details have become fixed in the collective memory. The crater lake, dark and still, the villages in the valleys below, the silent cloud of gas flowing downhill in the night, the morning of terrible quiet, the slow realization of what had happened. These images are powerful because they tap into primal fears, the fear of invisible threats, of dangers you can't see or smell or hear coming, of the air itself becoming hostile. We depend on air more than anything else. We can live for weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without air. And the idea that the air could simply stop working, that you could suffocate in the open air with your lungs still functioning, is deeply unsettling. The Lake Nyos disaster forced a reckoning with the fact that the Earth is not always a benign host. We build our lives on a planet that is dynamic and powerful, that has forces operating on scales we don't usually think about. Most of the time, those forces are irrelevant to our daily existence, but occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, they intersect with human life in catastrophic ways. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, and, as Lake Nyos demonstrated, limnic eruptions. Each represents a different way the planet can reshape or destroy human environments, often with little or no warning. What makes limnic eruptions particularly insidious is how specific the conditions need to be for them to occur. You need a deep lake in a volcanic region. You need stratification to prevent mixing. You need a source of CO2 seeping from below. You need the right chemistry and temperature profile to allow large quantities of gas to dissolve and stay dissolved. And then you need a trigger to set off the release. Those conditions are rare enough that limnic eruptions remain uncommon. There are only a handful of lakes in the world that are known to pose this risk. But rare doesn't mean impossible. And the consequences when it does happen are severe, enough that those few dangerous lakes require constant monitoring and active management. Lake Kivu is the largest concern. It sits on the border between Rwanda and the DRC and is home to millions of people living along its shores. It's much bigger than Lake Nyos, about 2,700 square kilometers of surface area, and much deeper, with a maximum depth of around 485 meters. And it contains truly staggering amounts of dissolved CO2 and methane, estimated at something like 250 cubic kilometers of carbon dioxide and 65 cubic kilometers of methane. If Lake Kivu were to undergo a limnic eruption on the scale that its gas content would support, the death toll could be in the millions. It would be one of the worst natural disasters in human history. Fortunately, the lake is being actively managed. Degassing systems are in place and being expanded. Companies are even extracting methane from the lake for use as an energy source, which has the double benefit of generating power and reducing the gas load in the lake. But the scale of the problem is such that it requires ongoing attention and investment. The lesson from Lake Nyos is that some natural hazards can be managed if you understand them and take action before disaster strikes. The first eruption was a tragedy born of ignorance. No one knew the lake was dangerous because no one knew that lakes could be dangerous in that particular way. But now we know, and with that knowledge comes responsibility. The degassing pipes at Lake Nyos fountain day and night, releasing carbon dioxide in controlled amounts, keeping the deep water from becoming saturated again. They're unglamorous structures, just pipes and valves and pumps, but they stand as monuments to human ingenuity and the desire to prevent future suffering. They also stand as reminders. The lake hasn't changed its fundamental nature. It's still deep, still volcanic, still in a region where CO2 seeps upward from the mantle. The degassing systems don't eliminate the hazard, they manage it. If the pipes failed and weren't replaced, the lake would begin accumulating gas again. Given enough time, it would become dangerous again. This is true of many human interventions in natural systems. We build levees to hold back floods, but the rivers still want to flood. We construct earthquake-resistant buildings, but the tectonic plates still want to move. We install degassing pipes in lakes, but the gas still wants to accumulate. We're not changing nature, we're just creating buffers and safety margins, spaces where human life can continue despite the dynamic processes happening around us. It's a humbling realization. For all our technology and knowledge, we're still vulnerable. We still live on a planet that doesn't care about our plans or our communities. We still face hazards that can emerge from stillness and silence, that can strike without warning and leave devastation in their wake. But vulnerability doesn't mean helplessness. The response to Lake Nyos showed that when we understand a problem, we can take meaningful action to reduce risk. We can monitor, we can engineer, we can prepare. We can't eliminate all danger, that's not possible, but we can shift the odds in our favour. The people who live near Lake Nyos now, those who have returned or those who have moved there since the disaster, live with a different relationship to the lake than the people did in 1986. They know what it is, they know what it did, they know that the pipes are there for a reason, and that maintenance and monitoring matter. That knowledge is a burden in some ways. It's hard to look at a lake knowing it killed 1,700 people, but it's also a form of respect. The lake isn't an enemy, it's not malicious, it's just a feature of the landscape, shaped by geology and chemistry and time, containing within it the potential for disaster if not properly managed. There's something almost poetic about that, a lake that looks peaceful, that reflects the sky and the hills around it. That seems like just another body of water, and yet holds dissolved within its depths an invisible threat that requires constant vigilance to keep in check. It's a metaphor for so many risks we live with. The threats we can't see, the dangers that accumulate slowly and silently until something triggers their release. In a way, the Lake Nyos disaster was a lesson about the importance of looking beneath surfaces, of not assuming that what appears calm and stable actually is calm and stable. Deep water can hold secrets still lakes can be saturated with danger. The absence of obvious warning signs doesn't mean the absence of risk. This applies beyond geology. It applies to infrastructure that's aging invisibly, to social tensions that simmer beneath apparent peace, to financial systems that accumulate fragility while seeming robust, to ecosystems that are being degraded in ways that don't show up until collapse is imminent. The pattern is the same: slow accumulation of stress or instability in a system that doesn't give clear signals of trouble, followed by a sudden release or failure when some threshold is crossed or some trigger occurs. The specific mechanisms vary, but the underlying dynamic is common enough that Lake Nyos serves as a cautionary tale beyond its immediate context. But all of that is abstraction. The reality of Lake Nyos is concrete and specific. A lake in Cameroon, a night in August 1986, 1,700 people who went to sleep and didn't wake up. Families erased, children orphaned, communities shattered. Survivors left with memories that would never fully fade. The disaster is in the past now, nearly 4 decades old. Most of the survivors are older, some have passed away. The children who lost parents are now middle-aged. The villages have either been rebuilt in different configurations or remain abandoned, depending on location and circumstance. The lake itself continues, degassed and monitored, no longer the acute threat it once was. But the story endures because it touches on something elemental about the human experience, our fragility in the face of natural forces we don't fully understand and can't completely control. We like to think we've mastered our environment, that we're safe in our homes and communities, that the world is predictable and manageable. And most of the time, it is. But not always. Sometimes the world reveals itself to be stranger and more dangerous than we imagined. Sometimes disasters emerge from conditions we didn't know to look for. Sometimes the threat is invisible and silent and comes in the night when we're asleep and trusting that tomorrow will be like yesterday. Lake Nyos was one of those times, and the appropriate response, the human response, is to learn from it, to study what happened, to understand the mechanisms, to put in place preventions and protections, to honour the dead by making sure it doesn't happen again if we can possibly prevent it. The degassing pipes are working. The monitoring continues. The lake is safer now than it was. That doesn't bring back the 1,700 people who died, but it means their deaths weren't entirely in vain. Something was learned. Actions were taken. The world is slightly better prepared for this particular hazard than it was before. It's a small consolation perhaps, but it's what we can do. We can't undo the past. We can't bring back the dead. We can't eliminate all danger from the world. But we can learn. We can prepare. We can reduce the likelihood that the same disaster will happen again. And we can remember. We can tell the story of Lake Nyos, not to scare people or to dwell on tragedy for its own sake, but to remind ourselves that the world is complex and sometimes perilous, that invisible threats exist, that vigilance matters, that knowledge and action can save lives. The lake sits in its crater now, fountains of degassing water spraying into the air, releasing carbon dioxide harmlessly into the atmosphere day after day, year after year. It's a peaceful scene in its way. The water is clear, the surrounding hills are green, birds fly over the surface, life continues. But beneath that surface, in the deep water, the geology continues its slow work. Carbon dioxide still seeps up from below, still dissolves into the cold water, still accumulates. The pipes draw it off faster than it can build up, maintaining a balance, keeping the concentrations below dangerous levels. As long as the pipes work, as long as the monitoring continues, as long as people remember why the systems are there and maintain them, the lake is safe. It's a conditional safety, dependent on human attention and effort, but it's real. And that's perhaps the final lesson of Lake Nyos, that safety is often not a state you achieve once and then take for granted, but a condition you maintain through ongoing vigilance and action. The lake will always be a crater lake in a volcanic region with CO2 seeping from below. That's its nature, and it won't change. What can change is how we interact with it, how we monitor it, how we manage the risks it poses. The disaster of 1986 happened because no one knew to be vigilant, because the hazard was invisible and unfamiliar. The relative safety of today exists because people learned from that tragedy and put systems in place to prevent a recurrence. It's not a perfect solution. Nothing involving forces of nature ever is, but it's a working one. And sometimes that's the best we can hope for. Not perfection, not the elimination of all risk, but a reasonable management of the hazards we face, informed by knowledge and experience and the hard lessons of past failures. Lake Nyos is quiet now. The degassing pipes hum and spray. The water is clear. The surrounding land is beautiful in the way volcanic highlands often are, lush and green and dramatic. And beneath it all, the memory of a night when the air stopped working, when 1,700 people died for reasons no one understood, when a lake that had seemed harmless revealed itself to be anything but. That memory lives in the survivors, in the historical record, in the scientific literature, in the stories people tell about the disasters that shaped their world. It's a heavy memory, full of grief and loss and incomprehension. But it's also an instructive one. It reminds us to look beneath surfaces, to question assumptions about safety, to take invisible threats seriously, to invest in monitoring and prevention even when the danger isn't obvious. Most importantly, it reminds us that we live in a world that can surprise us, that has forces and processes operating beyond our everyday awareness, that can generate disasters we didn't see coming. That's not a reason for fear or paranoia. Most days are ordinary and safe. Most lakes are just lakes. Most nights you sleep and wake up to a normal morning. But it is a reason for humility, for attention, for respect for the systems we're embedded in and the forces that shape our world. It's a reason to remember that safety is not a given, but an achievement, often hard-won and always requiring maintenance. The people who died at Lake Nyos didn't get a chance to learn these lessons. They went to sleep on an ordinary night and never woke up. But those who survived and those who studied what happened and those who worked to prevent it from happening again, they carried forward the knowledge bought with 1,700 lives. And now, decades later, the lake is managed, monitored, degassed. The immediate danger has been reduced. The systems are in place. The vigilance continues. It won't bring back the dead. It won't erase the trauma. But it means the disaster of 1986 wasn't entirely meaningless. Something was learned. Something changed. The world became slightly safer because people paid attention to what the lake taught them, even though the lesson came at a terrible price. That's cold comfort. Perhaps, but it's the only comfort available when dealing with tragedies born of natural forces that don't care about human life or human suffering. We can't negotiate with geology. We can't reason with chemistry. We can't plead with the earth to be gentler. What we can do is observe, understand, prepare, and act. We can turn knowledge into protection. We can use our intelligence and our engineering to create buffers between ourselves and the hazards that surround us. Lake Nyos stands as a testament to both our vulnerability and our capacity to respond. The disaster showed how fragile we are, how easily life can be extinguished by forces we don't see coming. The aftermath showed what we can accomplish when we understand a problem and commit to solving it. Both lessons are worth remembering. The vulnerability keeps us humble. The response keeps us hopeful. Together, they paint a realistic picture of our relationship with the natural world, neither masters nor victims, but participants in a complex system that we can sometimes influence but never fully control. The lake is still there. The pipes are still running. The water still holds dissolved gas, though less than it once did. The monitoring continues, and somewhere, survivors remember the night everything changed. The morning of terrible silence, the slow understanding of what had been lost. They remember, and they live with it, the way survivors of any disaster live with their memories, carrying them forward, allowing them to inform but not define their lives, finding ways to continue despite the knowledge of how quickly everything can change. And the rest of us, hearing the story, learning what happened, understanding the mechanisms and the consequences, we carry a different kind of knowledge. We learn that the world is more complex than it appears, that dangers can be invisible, that safety requires attention and effort, that tragedy can strike without warning, but that understanding can help prevent future tragedies. It's not a comforting story exactly, but it's a true one, and truth has value even when it's uncomfortable, especially then perhaps. Lake Nyos killed 1,700 people in a single night through a mechanism almost no one knew was possible. That's the horror. But the horror led to understanding, which led to action, which led to prevention. That's the hope. And in the tension between those two truths, the terrible vulnerability and the redemptive response, lies something essential about the human experience. We are fragile. We live in a world that can harm us in ways we don't anticipate. But we're also capable of learning, of adapting, of taking action to protect ourselves and others. The lake sits in its crater, degassing slowly, no longer the threat it once was. The disaster is in the past. The systems are in place. The vigilance continues. And somewhere in the highlands of Cameroon, where the land rolls in waves of green and the volcanic soil runs deep and rich, the night settles quietly, the way it always does. Doors close against the cooling air. Fires dim to embers. Voices drop to murmurs and then to nothing as families find their way to sleep. Most nights are just nights. Most lakes are just lakes. Most mornings you wake up to normalcy and routine and the ordinary concerns of daily life. But not always. And remembering that, holding that knowledge without letting it paralyze us, learning from past disasters without being consumed by fear of future ones, that's the balance we have to find. Lake Nyos taught that lesson at a terrible cost. The least we can do is remember it, honour it, and let it inform how we think about risk and safety and our relationship with the natural world. The pipes fountain upward, releasing gas that would otherwise accumulate in the depths. The monitoring equipment hums quietly, measuring and recording, watching for any signs of dangerous change. The systems work because people maintain them, because the lesson was learned, because the cost of forgetting would be too high. And in that maintenance, in that ongoing vigilance, in that commitment to preventing what happened before from happening again, there's a kind of memorial to those who died. Not a statue or a plaque, but a living, working system that says, we learned from you, we changed because of you. We're trying to make sure no one else has to die the way you did. It's not enough. Nothing could be enough. But it's what's possible, and sometimes possible is all we have. The lake is quiet now. The night is calm. The air is breathable, and it will stay that way as long as the vigilance continues, as long as the lessons are remembered, as long as people understand that beneath peaceful surfaces, invisible dangers can accumulate, and that safety is something you build and maintain rather than something you assume. That's the story of Lake Nyos. Tragedy, understanding, and the ongoing work of prevention. Not a story with a neat ending, because the geological processes continue and the lake remains a lake in a volcanic region where gas seeps upward from the mantle, but a story with meaning, with lessons, with a demonstrated path from ignorance to knowledge to action. And in a world full of invisible threats and unfamiliar hazards, that path from tragedy to understanding to prevention is one worth remembering and following whenever we can. The lake sits in its crater, watched over by sensors and pipes. No longer a silent threat but a managed risk. A hazard understood and contained but not eliminated. A reminder that the world is complex and sometimes dangerous, and always worth paying attention to. And somewhere in that complexity, in that ongoing attention, in that commitment to learning from the past and preparing for the future, there's a kind of hope. Not that we can make the world perfectly safe, but that we can make it safer, one lesson at a time, one intervention at a time, one disaster remembered and learned from at a time. Lake Nyos is one of those lessons. The 1700 who died there are part of that education, unwilling teachers of truths about geology and chemistry and the fragility of life. We can't bring them back. We can't undo what happened, but we can make sure it wasn't for nothing, that the knowledge persists, that the vigilance continues, that future generations know to look beneath calm surfaces and attend to invisible accumulations, and remember that the earth, for all its beauty, contains forces that can kill without warning if we're not paying attention. That's not a frightening thought exactly, or it doesn't have to be. It can also be a focusing one, a reminder that attention matters, that knowledge matters, that preparation matters, that the work of understanding and managing risks is never finished, but is always worthwhile. The lake is there, the pipes are running, the monitoring continues, and somewhere people are sleeping peacefully in the highlands of Cameroon, safer than they would have been without those systems, protected by knowledge that was bought at a terrible price, but that makes a real difference nonetheless. That's something. In a world full of tragedies that teach nothing, disasters that change nothing, losses that mean nothing beyond the grief they cause, in such a world, a disaster that leads to understanding and prevention and ongoing vigilance is something to hold on to. Not a happy ending, but an ending that contains the possibility of better futures, of lives saved, of disasters prevented. And sometimes that's the best we can do. Learn from the worst moments, understand what happened and why, and do everything we can to make sure it doesn't happen again. Lake Nyos sits in its crater, degassing slowly, monitored constantly, no longer the threat it once was. The disaster is remembered, the lessons are applied, the vigilance continues, and in that continuation, in that ongoing work, there's a kind of grace, imperfect, incomplete, but real. The grace of learning, of adaptation, of human beings taking responsibility for managing the risks they face, rather than simply accepting them as inevitable. The lake will always be a crater lake in a volcanic region. That won't change. But our relationship to it can change, and has changed, from ignorance to awareness, from vulnerability to management, from passive acceptance of risk to active mitigation of it. That's the arc of the Lake Nyos story, from the quiet evening when no one knew the danger to the ongoing present, where the danger is understood and addressed. It's not a perfect arc. Nothing involving 1700 deaths can be called perfect, but it's a meaningful one, a trajectory from tragedy to understanding to action. And in a world where such trajectories are possible, where hard lessons can lead to real changes, where the deaths of the past can inform the safety of the future, in such a world, there's reason to remember Lake Nyos not just as a disaster, but as a turning point, a moment when humanity learned something important about the planet we live on and took action to prevent a recurrence. The pipes fountain upward, the lake degasses, the monitoring continues, and somewhere people sleep safely who might not have otherwise, protected by systems that exist because of lessons learned the hard way. That's Lake Nyos now, a managed risk, a remembered tragedy, an ongoing commitment to vigilance and prevention. Not the end of the story. The geological processes continue, the monitoring must continue, the maintenance must continue. But a different chapter than the one that began on August 21st, 1986, when 1,700 people went to sleep and never woke up. The world is safer for the knowledge bought with those lives. Not safe, never completely safe, but safer. And in the difference between those words lies all the meaning we can salvage from tragedy. The understanding that while we can't prevent every disaster, we can learn from the ones that happen and do better going forward. Lake Nyos taught that lesson. The question now is whether we remember it, whether we apply it, whether we maintain the vigilance required to keep the lesson alive and the protections in place. So far, the answer has been yes. The systems work, The monitoring continues. The lake is safer than it was. May it remain so. May the vigilance continue. May the lessons persist. And may those who died in 1986 be remembered, not just for how they died, but for what their deaths taught the world about the importance of looking beneath surfaces, attending to invisible threats, and taking action to protect the living from the hazards that surround us. That's the story of Lake Nyos: tragedy, understanding, prevention, and the ongoing work of vigilance. A story without a neat ending because the work is never finished, but a story with meaning, with lessons, with a demonstrated path from disaster to knowledge to action. And in that path, imperfect as it is, there's a kind of redemption. Not for the tragedy itself, which remains tragic, but for what came after, for the changes made, for the lives potentially saved, for the commitment to making sure it doesn't happen again. The lake is quiet now. The night is calm. The degaussing pipes spray their fountains of gas-laden water into the air, releasing carbon dioxide harmlessly, keeping the deep water safe, maintaining the balance. And somewhere in that quietness, in that calm, in that ongoing work of prevention and protection, the story of Lake Nyos continues. Not as a disaster anymore, but as a reminder, a lesson, a testament to what we can accomplish when we learn from our failures and commit to doing better. May we remember, may we learn, may we remain vigilant, and may the night always be just a night, the morning just a morning, the air always breathable, the sleep always peaceful, the waking always a return to the ordinary blessings of another day. That's the hope, that's the goal, and that's the legacy of Lake Nyos. Not just the tragedy of what happened, but the determination to make sure it never happens again. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The afternoon arrived heavy and bright, the kind of summer heat that made every surface feel deliberate. Metal too hot to touch, pavement shimmering, the air itself a presence you had to push through. Hartford in July carried the weight of a world at war. Even in moments meant for forgetting, families walked toward the circus grounds with that particular shuffle of people who had dressed up for something, who had saved coins and coordinated schedules, and promised children that yes, today would be different, today would be light. The big top rose against the sky like a promise made solid. Canvas stretched across wooden poles in a geometry that suggested permanence, even though everything about it was temporary. From a distance it looked simple, just fabric and rope and stakes driven into earth, but up close it was a small city, a world with its own rules. The entrance drew people in steadily, a flow that felt natural, unforced. Tickets changed hands, vendors called out, the smell of popcorn and animals and sawdust mixed into something that belonged only to this kind of place, this kind of afternoon. Inside, the tent created its own weather. Sunlight filtered through canvas in a way that softened edges, made colours glow differently. The seats rose in tiers around a central ring, wooden planks laid across metal scaffolding, simple construction that had held crowds 1,000 times before. People found their spots with the small negotiations families make, children wanting to sit closer, parents calculating sight lines and bathroom access, and how long small legs could stay still. Everyone settled in with that particular relief of having arrived, of being in the right place at the right time, of having successfully carved out a few hours where ordinary life would wait. The tent held them all in a shared focus. Whatever people had been thinking about on the walk over, work shifts, grocery lists, news from overseas, bills waiting at home, all of it faded into the background. The circus was its own complete world, and stepping into it meant accepting a different set of rules. Here, gravity could be defied. Here, danger was controlled and beautiful. Here, the next hour belonged entirely to wonder, and nothing outside these canvas walls could interrupt. The performers were already moving through their warm-ups, bodies stretching and testing equipment with the calm efficiency of people who had done this same routine in 100 different towns. The band tuned instruments in that discordant pre-show chaos that somehow promised order would emerge. Staff moved along the edges, checking ropes, adjusting lights, making small corrections to a system that had been refined through repetition. Everything felt stable. Everything felt managed. The crowd relaxed into their seats, with the confidence of people who believed someone had already thought through the risks. Children pointed at things their parents couldn't yet see. Adults craned necks to get a better view of the rigging above, the complex web of ropes and pulleys that would soon lift human bodies into graceful motion. Strangers sat shoulder to shoulder without tension because the shared experience made them temporary neighbours. A circus crowd became a single organism, everyone breathing together, waiting for the same moment to begin. The tent itself was a marvel of temporary engineering. Thousands of square feet of treated canvas held up by centre poles that reached toward the peaked roof like the masts of a ship. The material had been waterproofed, reinforced, patched where needed, used season after season, because canvas was expensive and circuses moved constantly, and you didn't replace what still held. The treatment that kept rain from soaking through was a mix of paraffin and gasoline, a combination that created a waxy barrier against the weather. It worked perfectly for what it was designed to do. Water rolled off instead of seeping in. The tent stayed dry inside even, when storms passed overhead. Nobody thought about what else that treatment might do because thinking about disasters isn't part of attending a circus. The mind doesn't naturally jump to worst-case scenarios when children are laughing and music is starting and the whole point is escape. Safety was something handled elsewhere, by other people, in planning stages that the audience never saw. The crowd trusted that someone had checked, someone had measured, someone had made sure the math worked. That trust was invisible, but total. The show began the way circus shows always began, with fanfare, with lights, with the ringmaster's voice cutting through the ambient noise to announce that something extraordinary was about to happen. The crowd settled into attention. The first acts rolled out with practiced timing, acrobats building human pyramids, clowns working the edges for laughs, animals parading in formation. Each segment was designed to build towards something bigger, to create a rhythm that would carry the audience through the full performance without letting attention drift. Parents relaxed into the experience, grateful for something that held their children's focus so completely. This was what they'd come for, a break from heaviness, a few hours where the hardest decision was whether to buy peanuts. The war felt distant here. Money troubles felt distant. Everything sharp and complicated about the world outside these canvas walls seemed to dissolve in the presence of sequins and sawdust and carefully rehearsed grace. The tent worked its quiet magic. The space between the audience and the performers created a kind of boundary where ordinary rules didn't quite apply. Up in the rigging, bodies would soon spin and catch and trust rope and timing with their lives. Down in the ring, danger would be performed as art. The audience could watch, could gasp, could feel the thrill of risk without carrying any of it themselves. That was the contract. The performers took the danger, the audience got the wonder. Everyone went home safe. Except the tent was not a building. It couldn't be. Buildings had foundations sunk into earth, walls that didn't move, exits marked by law and tested by inspectors. The tent was fabric and wood, and temporary by definition. It went up in days and came down just as fast. The materials were chosen for portability, not permanence. The structure was designed to hold against wind and rain and the weight of its own canvas, but it was never meant to face fire. Fire changes everything it touches. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait for permission. It finds fuel and oxygen and heat. And when all three come together in the right proportions, it grows with a speed that human perception struggles to track. In open air, fire can be managed. You see it coming, you move away. You create distance. Inside an enclosed space, fire becomes something different. It eats the air you breathe. It fills space faster than people can empty it. It turns an environment against the bodies trying to leave. The tent had been designed for weather, for wind, for the ordinary stresses of travel and set up in crowds. But canvas treated with paraffin and gasoline doesn't resist flame. It invites it. The waterproofing that kept rain out would help fire spread, not slow it down. The materials that made the tent functional for its intended purpose also made it vulnerable in ways that weren't obvious until they became catastrophic. Nobody in the crowd was thinking about materials science or combustion rates or evacuation timelines. They were watching the show. A new act was preparing. The high-wire performers, the ones who would walk across space with nothing but balance and a thin strand of rope. The audience leaned forward slightly, readying themselves for the kind of controlled fear that makes entertainment thrilling. And then someone noticed something wrong. It started as a small thing, a flicker of orange light where orange light shouldn't be. Not part of the show, not planned, not controlled. Just a small flame, barely visible at first, climbing up the sidewall of the tent near one of the exits. The kind of fire that could be stopped with a bucket of water if someone reached it quickly enough. The kind of problem that seemed manageable if you caught it early. But the people who saw it first weren't the people with buckets. They were audience members seated and uncertain, doing that quick mental calculation every person does when they notice something odd. Is this serious? Should I say something? Am I overreacting? The flame was small. Maybe it was part of the act. Maybe someone else had already noticed. Maybe it would go out on its own. Seconds passed while minds processed information and decided whether to act. Those seconds mattered. The fire didn't wait for consensus. It found the treated canvas and recognized fuel. It began to climb, spreading upward along the sidewall with gathering speed, still small, but no longer something that could be ignored. Someone shouted, not a scream, not yet, just a sharp call of attention, the kind of sound that makes heads turn. Fire! The word moved through the nearest section of crowd, like a stone dropped in water, rippling outward. People stood to see better, craning necks, blocking the view of those behind them. The performers in the ring kept going because they couldn't see what the audience was seeing, because the show had its own momentum, and breaking rhythm required a reason. Staff members near the wall saw the flame now and moved toward it, pulling fire extinguishers from their stations, moving with purpose but not quite panic. This was manageable. This was a small problem that could be contained. They aimed the extinguishers at the base of the flame, spraying foam that should have smothered it, that should have stopped the chemical reaction and starved the fire of oxygen. But the fire was already moving faster than hands could track it. The canvas was treating the flame like a highway, giving it a clear path upward. The extinguishers slowed it, dampened sections of it, but they couldn't reach high enough, and the fire was climbing toward the peak of the tent, where the canvas gathered and curved, where more surface area meant more fuel. The audience was starting to understand that this wasn't part of the show. The performers stopped mid-routine, looking around for direction. The band's music faltered, instruments trailing off into confused silence. The collective focus that had unified the crowd began to fracture. Some people stayed seated, still waiting for someone official to tell them what to do. Others stood and started moving toward exits, not running yet, just repositioning, creating options. The fire reached the top of the sidewall and caught the main canopy. The tent's peak became a source of orange light, the flame spreading outward from the center pole in expanding circles. The canvas that had filtered sunlight so beautifully now glowed with heat. Smoke began to gather at the highest point, black and thick, pooling against the canvas before starting to descend. Time compressed. The middle space between small problem and immediate danger collapsed faster than human instinct wanted to accept. The fire was no longer something that could be put out with extinguishers. It was consuming the tent from above, racing across the treated canvas in waves. And the smoke was descending, like a curtain being lowered, cutting visibility, making breath harder. The crowd shifted from uncertainty to movement. Not organised evacuation yet, just the beginning of it. People standing and gathering children and looking for the exits they'd barely noticed on the way in. The tent had openings, but Openings aren't the same as clear paths. The seats were packed tight, rows of people wedged together with narrow aisles between them. Getting out meant coordinating movement with strangers, waiting for the person ahead to move, trusting that the flow would continue. Staff members were shouting now, trying to direct people toward exits, but their voices competed with the growing noise of the crowd. Parents calling children's names, people asking each other which way to go, the crackling sound of fire eating through canvas overhead. Instructions became hard to hear, hard to follow, hard to trust when the instinct was just to move, to get away from the heat and smoke as fast as possible. The fire spread across the ceiling in patterns that looked almost deliberate, following the lines where canvas panels were sewn together, finding the seams and racing along them. Pieces of burning canvas began to fall, dropping into the crowd like toxic rain. Small fragments at first, glowing embers that people batted away or stamped out. Then larger pieces, sections of flaming material that fell across seats, across shoulders, across the wooden planks people were trying to walk across. Panic arrived not as a sudden switch but as a rising pressure. The crowd's movement accelerated. People started pushing, not out of malice, but out of desperation, everyone trying to reach the same exits at the same time. The aisles became choked with bodies. Children were lifted onto shoulders to keep them from being crushed. Strangers grabbed strangers to pull them along or to keep from falling. The smoke was descending faster now, filling the upper sections of the tent and working its way down. Breathing became work. Eyes stung. Visibility dropped. The fire overhead cast everything in shifting orange light that made distances hard to judge, made obstacles appear suddenly. People stumbled over seats, over each other, over belongings dropped in the rush. The exits that had seemed adequate when people were entering calmly now revealed themselves as bottlenecks. The openings were narrow, designed for controlled flow, not mass exodus. The crowd compressed at each exit point, bodies pressing together so tightly that movement slowed to a crawl. People at the back pushed forward, unaware that the people at the front had nowhere to go, that pressure was building into a dangerous crush. Some people made different choices. Instead of heading toward the main exits, they moved toward the sidewalls, looking for any opening, any gap in the canvas. Some found places where stakes had been pulled loose by the fire's heat, where canvas was lifting away from the ground, creating small gaps they could crawl under. Others used pocket knives or keys to cut through the fabric, creating their own exits, crawling through, and pulling family members after them. These improvised escapes saved lives, but they also scattered the crowd's energy. There was no single direction of flow anymore, no organised evacuation. The tent was emptying in dozens of different ways simultaneously, through official exits, through torn canvas, through gaps where the structure was starting to fail. Some people found clear paths and got out, quickly. Others became trapped in confused pockets where smoke made directions invisible and the press of bodies made movement impossible. The fire had consumed most of the ceiling now. The centre poles were still standing, but the canvas was mostly gone, burned away, or fallen in burning sheets. The tent was transforming from an enclosed space into an open-air disaster, scaffolding and poles rising from chaos like the skeleton of something that had died standing up. The loss of the ceiling meant smoke could escape upward instead of pooling, which helped those still inside breathe, but it also meant there was no more protection from falling debris. Metal fixtures that had been attached to the canvas, lights, rigging hardware, pieces of the frame, began to drop as their supports burned away. The wooden seats were catching fire now, in places where burning canvas had fallen across them. The sawdust floor, meant to be soft and clean, was becoming a field of scattered flame, hotspots, where embers had landed and found something to feed on. Outside the tent, the first people who had escaped were trying to help others, reaching back into the chaos to pull people through, shouting directions that may or may not have been heard over the noise. Some ran for help, sprinting toward nearby buildings to call emergency services, or find anything that could fight the fire. Others stood frozen in shock, staring at the tent as it transformed from entertainment venue to catastrophe, their minds struggling to integrate what they were seeing with what they had expected this afternoon to be. First responders began arriving, police and firefighters converging on the circus grounds, with sirens that added another layer to the auditory chaos. They found a scene that was still unfolding, still changing, not yet a static disaster they could assess and manage. People were still emerging from the tent, some walking under their own power, some being carried, some crawling. The fire was still burning, consuming what remained of the structure, with heat intense enough to feel from hundreds of feet away. The firefighters began working on the flames, training hoses on the burning canvas and wooden structures, trying to prevent spread to nearby buildings and to create cooler zones where rescuers could enter more safely. But the tent was mostly gone already, reduced to framework and scattered burning pieces. The real work was finding people, those who were trapped, those who were injured, those who were unconscious from smoke or trauma. Police started trying to organise the crowd outside, creating space for emergency vehicles, establishing perimeters, beginning the painful work of accounting for who had escaped and who might still be inside. It was impossible work in those first minutes. The crowd was scattered, panicked, still moving. Families were separated, children were crying for parents they couldn't find. Adults were running along the perimeter of the disaster zone, calling names, looking for familiar faces. Inside what remained of the tent, the rescuers moved carefully through smoke and debris. The scaffolding was unstable now. Supports weakened by fire, metal twisted by heat. Seats had collapsed in places, creating tangles of wood and metal that had to be moved carefully to avoid further injury to anyone trapped beneath. The sawdust floor was hot underfoot, radiating heat from embers buried in it. They found people in the spaces where crowds had compressed, near exits, under fallen canvas, in corners where panic had driven them and confusion had kept them. Some were conscious and could be helped to their feet and guided out. Others were injured, suffering from burns or crush injuries or smoke inhalation, and had to be carried to waiting ambulances. Some were beyond help, bodies still and silent, in positions that spoke of desperate final movements. The work of extraction was slow and careful. Each person found required assessment. Could they be moved safely? What injuries were visible? Were they breathing? Were they conscious? The rescuers worked with controlled urgency, knowing that speed mattered, but that hasty movement could cause more harm. They called out constantly, listening for responses, for any sound that might indicate someone still alive in the debris. The smoke began to clear as the fire consumed its fuel, and water from the hoses dampened what remained. The scene revealed itself in pieces, sections of collapsed seating, scattered belongings, shoes and bags dropped in the rush, the twisted metal frame of the tent standing like a monument to structural failure. The ground was littered with burned canvas, some pieces still smouldering, others cool to black ash that crumbled when stepped on. Ambulances lined up outside the perimeter, a fleet of vehicles with doors open and crews ready. The injured were brought out in a steady stream, each one triaged quickly, who needed immediate hospital transport, who could wait for treatment, who needed only minor first aid. The system worked because it had to, because there were too many people needing help for any hesitation or confusion. Paramedics moved with practiced efficiency, their hands steady even as their eyes showed the strain of processing the scale of what was happening. The hospitals in Hartford began receiving victims before they were fully prepared, trauma patients arriving faster than beds could be readied. Burn units activated emergency protocols, surgical teams were called in, waiting rooms filled with family members desperate for information, for any word about loved ones who had been separated in the chaos. The hospitals became secondary disaster sites, organised chaos where life and death decisions were made in rapid succession. Back at the circus grounds, the fire was finally under control. What had been a tent was now just a framework of poles and scattered debris, still smoking but no longer actively burning. The immediate danger had passed, but the work was far from over. The entire area had to be searched systematically, every section of collapsed seating examined, every pile of debris carefully moved and checked for victims. The police began the grim work of documentation. Cameras recorded the scene from multiple angles. Investigators marked locations where bodies had been found, where injuries had occurred, where the fire's spread could be traced by burn patterns on canvas and wood. Every detail mattered because at some point there would be questions. How did this start? Why did it spread so fast? Could it have been prevented? Who was responsible? The crowd outside had thinned as people either found their families and left or were transported to hospitals. What remained was a harder group, those still searching, still calling names, still hoping that the person they were looking for was simply in a different hospital or had gone home confused and would call soon. The police tried to organise the searching, creating lists of missing persons, checking them against lists of those found, trying to give people concrete information instead of terrible uncertainty. But the lists didn't match cleanly. Some people who had escaped didn't realise they should check in with authorities. Children had been separated from parents and taken to hospitals under care of strangers. Adults had been transported unconscious and couldn't provide names. The work of accounting for everyone would take hours, would stretch into the night, would involve phone calls and radio communications, and desperate coordination between hospitals and the disaster site. As the afternoon turned toward evening, the nature of the crisis shifted. The immediate rescue work was complete. Everyone who could be found had been found. The site was secured, no longer dangerous, transformed from active disaster into crime scene and investigation site. The families still searching had to accept that the people they were looking for were either in hospitals they hadn't checked yet, or among the victims who hadn't survived. The city of Hartford was processing what had happened in real time. News spreading through phone calls and radio reports. Neighbours telling neighbours, the word moving outward in concentric circles from the circus grounds. People who had been planning to attend later shows called friends and family to confirm they were safe. Those who had stayed home felt the strange guilt of relief mixed with horror. The whole city was connected to this now, whether they had been there or not. The night brought a strange quiet to the circus grounds. The rescuers had left. The investigators had taken their initial documentation and would return in daylight for more thorough examination. What remained was a burned skeleton of a structure surrounded by debris, the smell of smoke still heavy in the air, the ground littered with evidence of thousands of people who had fled in panic hours earlier. In living rooms across Hartford, families sat in numb silence or talked in low voices, trying to process the gap between the afternoon they had planned and the one that had actually happened. Children who had escaped kept replaying the moments of terror, their minds trying to make sense of chaos, trying to fit it into a narrative that had logic and order. Parents held them and offered reassurance that felt hollow, because how do you promise safety after something like this has broken through into ordinary life? The hospitals worked through the night. Surgeons operated on burn victims, trying to save tissue, prevent infection, manage pain. Nurses monitored vital signs, adjusted medications, comforted patients who woke confused and terrified. Social workers helped families navigate the bureaucracy of sudden crisis, insurance, identification, consent for procedures, notifications to extended family. Every room held a small piece of the larger disaster, a single-person story of escape or injury or loss. The morgue became overwhelmed. Bodies arrived faster than they could be processed. Each one required documentation, identification, notification of next of kin. Some had identification in pockets or purses. Others would require dental records or family recognition. The work was careful and respectful, but necessarily slow. And outside, families waited for news that would destroy them, but that they desperately needed to know. The next morning brought investigators back to the site with fresh eyes and daylight. They walked the perimeter, photographed everything, collected samples of burned canvas and wood, measured distances, created diagrams. The fire marshal examined the pattern of burn damage, tracing how the flames had spread, identifying the point of origin near the sidewall exit. Structural engineers assessed the remains of the scaffolding, determining how the collapse had progressed, which supports had failed first. The questions everyone was asking started to get technical. Answers: how fast did the fire spread? Fast enough that people standing and moving toward exits only had minutes before the tent became impassable. What made it spread so fast? The waterproofing treatment on the canvas, paraffin and gasoline, turned the entire tent into a wick waiting for a flame. Were the exits adequate? On paper, for normal evacuation, yes. For mass panic evacuation during a fire, absolutely not. Could anything have stopped it once it started? Not with the materials involved and the speed of spread. A few seconds difference in response time wouldn't have changed the outcome. The public wanted someone to blame. Disasters create rage along with grief, a need to identify fault, to find the human error that caused inhuman suffering. The circus management was examined first. What did they know about the fire treatment on the tent? Had they conducted safety inspections? Were staff trained for emergencies? Why weren't there more exits? Why wasn't there a better evacuation plan? The answers were unsatisfying because they revealed not malice but normalcy. The tent had been treated the same way circus tents had been treated for years. The exits met the minimal standards of the time. The staff had fire extinguishers and had attempted to use them. The evacuation plan assumed people would hear instructions and follow them calmly. Every decision had seemed reasonable in the abstract. In the planning stages, before fire turned theory into catastrophic practice, the fire itself remained something of a mystery in its origins. The investigation traced it to the sidewall, near an exit, but exactly how it started was never conclusively determined. A discarded cigarette seemed likely, someone stepping outside to smoke, not realizing how close the ember was to treated canvas, or possibly an electrical short in the lighting system. The precise cause mattered less than the conditions that let a small ignition become a deadly fire. Legal proceedings began almost immediately. Families of victims filed lawsuits against the circus, against the property owner, against anyone who might bear responsibility. The circus management faced criminal charges, involuntary manslaughter, operating with inadequate safety measures. The trials would stretch on for years, producing verdicts that felt both necessary and inadequate. Some officials were convicted and served time. Fines were paid. Insurance settlements were reached. But no legal outcome could match the scale of the loss. The city had to carry this now, had to integrate the disaster into its collective memory and figure out how to move forward. Memorial services brought thousands together to grieve publicly, to share the weight of loss, to try to find meaning, or at least solidarity, in the face of something meaningless and terrible. Religious leaders offered what comfort they could, knowing that nothing they said would actually explain why this had happened or make it hurt less. The children who survived carried it differently. Many developed fears of fire, of crowds, of enclosed spaces. Some stopped being able to attend any kind of public gathering without panic rising. Others became hypervigilant, always locating exits, always watching for danger, never fully relaxing into the moment. The trauma imprinted itself in ways that would affect their relationships, their careers, their parenting styles decades later. Adults processed it through practical action, where they could. Some threw themselves into advocacy, pushing for new safety regulations, testifying before committees, writing letters to legislators. The need to prevent this from happening again became a way to channel grief into purpose, to feel like the deaths meant something if they led to changes that would save future lives. And changes did come. The Hartford circus fire became a case study in what happens when safety is treated as optional until disaster proves it's essential. Building codes were rewritten to address temporary structures more seriously. Tent materials were regulated, flame-resistant treatments became mandatory, and the old paraffin gasoline waterproofing was banned. Exit requirements were strengthened, with clear rules about how many exits were needed based on capacity, how wide they had to be, how they had to be marked and kept clear. Crowd management became a field of serious study. How do people behave in emergencies? What makes evacuation efficient versus chaotic? How do you design spaces that can empty quickly under panic conditions? The answers came from analysing disasters like Hartford, learning from the terrible clarity of hindsight, and writing those lessons into law before the next crowd gathered in the next temporary structure. Fire safety evolved beyond just preventing ignition. The focus shifted to slowing spread, creating time for evacuation, ensuring that even if fire started, people had clear paths to safety. Sprinkler requirements expanded. Emergency lighting became standard. Exit signs had to be illuminated and visible even in smoke. Every addition to the code was written in response to someone's death. Some disaster that revealed a gap between what was required and what was necessary. The circus industry changed too. The big tops continued for decades, but they were different, smaller, made of treated canvas that resisted flame, with exits everywhere, with fire suppression systems and emergency plans that were practiced and refined. Some circuses abandoned tents altogether, moving to permanent structures or smaller venues where risk could be better controlled. The era of the massive temporary circus gradually faded, killed partly by television and changing entertainment tastes, but also by the simple fact that gathering thousands of people under treated canvas had been revealed as a gamble that could go catastrophically wrong. Hartford itself carried the memory visibly for years. The site where the circus had stood became contested ground. Some wanted a memorial there, others wanted it redeveloped. Everyone had opinions about whether it should be marked or allowed to return to ordinary use. Eventually it became a residential area, houses built over ground where people had died, the disaster fading into history that residents learned about later, if at all. But the people who were there never forgot. Survivors groups formed and maintained contact across decades. They marked anniversaries, attended memorials, shared stories that only they fully understood. The experience bonded them in ways that were both comforting and isolating. They had a community of people who knew exactly what they'd been through, but that same community was defined by shared trauma that set them apart from everyone else. Some survivors became public speakers, sharing their experiences with firefighters, safety officials, anyone who would listen. They described the smoke, the heat, the crush of bodies, the terrible choices people had to make in seconds. They weren't looking for pity. They were trying to make the disaster useful, to turn their memories into education so that future crowds might have better outcomes. The story entered public consciousness as a cautionary tale, taught in fire safety classes and cited in building code debates. The Hartford Circus fire joined a grim catalogue of disasters that had forced safety improvements: the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, the Coconut Grove nightclub, the Iroquois Theatre. Each one represented lives lost to preventable failures. Each one led to regulations written in retrospect when they should have been written in foresight. Decades later, when other crowd disasters happened, stadium crushes, nightclub fires, festival stampedes, investigators would reference Hartford. The same patterns appeared over and over: inadequate exits, panic behaviour, materials that spread fire instead of resisting it, insufficient planning for worst-case scenarios. The lesson was always the same: crowds are powerful and vulnerable at the same time, and the responsibility for their safety has to be taken seriously before the emergency, not after. The circus fire became a story grandparents told grandchildren, part of Hartford's identity like any other historical event. But unlike celebrations or achievements, this story carried weight that never lightened. The numbers, 167 dead, more than 700 injured, remained stark and terrible, no matter how many years passed. Each number was a person, a future cut short, a family torn open, a permanent absence. The way people talked about it changed over time. In the immediate aftermath, there was rage and blame and the need for villains. Later came more nuanced understanding of how disasters are rarely simple stories of good and evil, how they're usually complicated failures involving multiple decisions and assumptions and tiny moments that cascade into catastrophe. The circus management weren't monsters, they were people operating within the normal standards of their industry, standards that proved fatally inadequate when tested. That realization was uncomfortable because it suggested that other normal standards might be equally inadequate, that disaster was always possible anywhere people gathered and trusted that someone else had handled the safety calculations correctly. It meant you couldn't just blame the circus and move on feeling secure. You had to look at every venue you entered and wonder, has someone actually thought this through? Are there enough exits? Would we get out if we needed to? The fire changed how people experienced public gatherings. There was a loss of innocence that couldn't be recovered, a permanent awareness that entertainment spaces carried risk. Parents checked exits before sitting down. People noted where fire extinguishers were located. The easy trust that had existed before Hartford, the assumption that if something was open to the public it must be safe, had been broken and couldn't be fully repaired. Some argued that this heightened awareness was valuable, that people should be conscious of their surroundings and take some responsibility for their own safety. Others felt it was a tragedy that children now grew up learning to be afraid, that the simple joy of attending a show had been complicated by the need to always have an escape plan in mind. The fire also revealed uncomfortable truths about crowd behaviour under pressure. People had pushed and crushed and climbed over each other to escape. Parents had made terrible choices about whether to search for a lost child or save the ones they were holding. Strangers had helped strangers, yes, but strangers had also ignored pleas for help in their own desperate scramble for exits. The disaster stripped away social niceties and revealed raw survival instinct, and what it revealed wasn't always noble or kind. These stories were hard to tell and harder to hear. The survivors who remembered, abandoning someone they might have helped, or prioritising their own escape over checking if others needed assistance, carried guilt that therapy and time couldn't fully dissolve. The parents who had made impossible choices lived with second-guessing that never ended. The fire had put people in situations where there were no good options, only terrible ones and slightly less terrible ones, and living with those decisions afterward was its own kind of ongoing disaster. The physical scars healed at different rates. Some burn victims recovered fully, others lived with permanent disfigurement, skin grafts and contractures, and nerve damage that meant constant pain or limited mobility. Medical technology in the 1940s could only do so much. Some injuries were managed rather than cured, leaving people to build lives around permanent limitations. The psychological scars were less visible, but no less real. Post-traumatic stress wasn't well understood at the time, didn't have a name yet, wasn't treated with the seriousness it deserved. Survivors were expected to move on, to be grateful they'd escaped, to focus on the future instead of dwelling on the past. But nightmares didn't follow that logic. Panic attacks didn't respond to positive thinking. The smell of smoke triggering flashbacks wasn't something you could reason away. Children especially struggled because they lacked the framework to process what they'd experienced. A 5-year-old who watched people die didn't have the psychological tools to integrate that into their understanding of how the world worked. Some became withdrawn, some acted out, some developed phobias or obsessive behaviours. Parents often didn't know how to help because they were processing their own trauma while trying to appear stable enough to support their children. Families fractured under the weight of it. Marriages dissolved when partners couldn't bridge the gap between their different ways of grieving or surviving. Siblings who had been at the circus together developed different relationships with the memory. One might want to talk about it constantly, while the other refused to acknowledge it at all. These differences created distance that sometimes became permanent. The community response evolved over years. Initially, there was enormous solidarity, fundraisers for victims' families, volunteer support, collective mourning. But eventually, that intensity faded, as it always does, as it has to for daily life to continue. People moved away, new residents arrived who didn't have personal connections to the fire, and the disaster became history instead of lived experience for most of Hartford. But for those who had been there, time didn't create the same distance. A lifetime later, survivors could still describe the exact seat they'd been in, the smell of the smoke, the sound of canvas tearing, the heat on their skin. The memory remained vivid and immediate in a way that other childhood memories didn't. The fire had carved itself into their neurology too deeply to fade. The cultural artifacts of the disaster accumulated over time. Books were written, documentaries produced, museum exhibits created. Each one attempted to capture what happened, to explain it to people who weren't there, to preserve the memory for future generations. The challenge was always how to communicate horror without sensationalizing it, how to honor the dead without exploiting their deaths, how to find the line between education and trauma pornography. Some survivors participated in these projects, sharing their stories because they felt a responsibility to keep the memory alive. Others refused all interviews, wanting privacy, wanting to move forward without constantly revisiting the worst day of their lives. Both responses were valid. There was no right way to carry this kind of experience. The fire marshal's final report ran hundreds of pages, documenting every aspect of the disaster in clinical detail. It became a reference text for fire safety officials, studied for what it revealed about crowd dynamics and structural failure, and the terrifying efficiency of flame when conditions are right. The report didn't assign blame in emotional terms. It simply laid out facts, timelines, chemical processes, human behaviours observed. The dry technical language somehow made it more horrifying, reducing human tragedy to data points and burn rates. Insurance companies used the Hartford fire as a case study in risk assessment. The massive payouts forced the industry to recalculate how they evaluated temporary structures and public gatherings. Premiums increased, requirements tightened. Getting insurance for a circus became significantly harder and more expensive, which contributed to the industry's decline in subsequent decades. Urban planning absorbed lessons too. The placement of public venues, the requirements for surrounding access roads, the coordination with emergency services. All of it was influenced by studying how Hartford's response had worked and where it had failed. The fact that hospitals were relatively close had saved lives. The fact that streets were wide enough for multiple emergency vehicles mattered. These weren't accidents, they were planning decisions that proved crucial when disaster struck. The legacy rippled outward in unexpected ways. A generation of Hartford residents who had been children during the fire grew up to become firefighters, safety inspectors, emergency responders. They carried the memory into their professional lives, using it as motivation to prevent similar tragedies. Some became obsessive about exit counts and capacity limits, earning reputations as sticklers or alarmists, but they didn't care. They'd seen what happened when safety was treated casually. Teachers incorporated the fire into local history curricula, not to frighten students, but to teach about community resilience and the importance of safety regulations. Field trips to the memorial site became annual traditions for some schools. Students would stand where the tent had been and try to imagine thousands of people in panic, and the exercise made safety drills feel less silly and more essential. The anniversary each year brought renewed attention, media coverage, memorial services, interviews with aging survivors. The number of people who had been there shrank steadily as decades passed. Each year, Someone who had been young, then was old now. Their memory still sharp about that afternoon, even if other details of their life had faded. Eventually, the survivors became rare enough to be treated as precious witnesses, keepers of first-hand knowledge that would soon be lost entirely. Historians argued about how to contextualize the disaster. Was it an inevitable accident given the technology and safety standards of the time? Or was it a preventable tragedy caused by negligence and cost-cutting? The truth was probably both and neither. It was what happens when normal practices meet abnormal circumstances, when small oversights compound into catastrophe, when trust proves to have been misplaced. The fire existed in that uncomfortable space where blame is diffuse and responsibility is shared, and no single villain can be identified to carry the weight of punishment that grief demands. It was easier when disasters had clear bad actors, when someone had obviously broken rules or acted with knowing malice. Hartford was messier, a cascade of ordinary decisions that produced an extraordinary outcome, a failure of imagination about what could go wrong. That made it scarier in some ways. If the fire had been caused by obvious negligence, you could fix it by punishing that negligence and enforcing stricter compliance. But if it was caused by following normal practices that turned out to be inadequate, that suggested every normal practice might harbour similar hidden dangers. It meant you couldn't just trust that current standards were good enough. You had to constantly question and improve them based on testing and failures and near misses. The Hartford circus fire became a reference point in safety culture, invoked whenever someone argued against new regulations as unnecessary or too expensive. Remember Hartford became shorthand for small investments in safety prevent catastrophic losses. The argument didn't always win. There were still fights over every new requirement, still resistance from industries that saw safety measures as burdensome. But Hartford gave advocates a concrete example to point to. The economic impact on Hartford itself was significant. The circus never returned. Other travelling shows became wary of the city, seeing it as a place where disaster had struck and lawsuits had followed. The circus grounds fell into disuse. Local businesses that had relied on the seasonal influx of circus crowds lost that revenue stream. The city's reputation suffered in ways that were hard to quantify, but real nonetheless. But there were also people who moved to Hartford because of the fire. Drawn by jobs in the expanded fire department, or new safety inspection positions, or the social services that grew in response to the disaster. The tragedy reshaped the city's economy and demographics in ways both obvious and subtle, creating ripple effects that persisted for generations. The survivors who chose to stay in Hartford had to navigate living in a place that carried constant reminders. Streets they walked down led past the former circus site. Neighbours had connections to victims. The memorial became a landmark they couldn't avoid seeing. Some found this comforting, living among people who understood, who didn't need explanations. Others found it suffocating and moved away, needing distance from the geography of trauma. The fire entered popular culture carefully, with appropriate gravity. It appeared in films and novels, usually, as background rather than subject, referenced in passing when characters discussed disaster or safety or loss. When creators did tackle it directly, they tended toward documentary realism rather than dramatic embellishment, understanding that the real story was horrifying enough without invention. Musicians wrote songs about it, usually in folk traditions where disasters are documented and mourned through verse. These songs preserved details that might otherwise be lost. The names of victims, the specific timeline, the small acts of heroism that happened in the chaos. The music made the history accessible in a different way than official reports, carrying emotional truth alongside factual information. Artists created memorials in various forms, paintings, sculptures, installations. Each one attempted to capture some aspect of the disaster. The chaos, the grief, the moment of ordinary afternoon before everything changed. The slow work of recovery afterward. The art didn't offer answers or comfort exactly, but it provided a space for contemplation, a way to sit with the weight of what had happened without words. The psychological research that grew from Hartford contributed to understanding how trauma affects communities, not just individuals. The collective experience of surviving or losing someone in a public disaster created different dynamics than private tragedies. The shared nature of it meant people couldn't isolate in their grief. They saw others carrying the same weight, which could be either comforting or compounding, depending on the person and the moment. Researchers studied how children who survived processed the experience differently, depending on their age at the time. 5-year-olds had fragmented memories dominated by sensory details. 10-year-olds could recall more narrative, but still struggled with the emotional processing. Teenagers had more complete memories, but also more complex psychological responses, sometimes developing survivors' guilt or questioning why they had escaped when others hadn't. The medical community learned from the burn treatments, the trauma responses, the long-term care needs. Hartford pushed forward understanding of how to treat mass casualties, how to triage effectively, how to support recovery over years rather than days. The patients became involuntary contributors to medical knowledge that would help future disaster victims, which was small comfort, but perhaps better than their suffering, meaning nothing. The fire raised questions about public safety that extended beyond circuses and tents. How many people should be allowed to gather in any enclosed space? What materials should be banned from use in public venues? How often should inspections happen? Who should be responsible for enforcement? These weren't theoretical questions. They had life and death implications, and Hartford provided the grim evidence for why they mattered. Policymakers grappled with balancing safety against economic concerns. Stricter regulations meant higher costs for venues and events, which could price out smaller operators or limit entertainment options for the public. But weak regulations meant accepting preventable deaths as the price of convenience. Hartford tilted that balance firmly towards safety, making it harder to argue that economic concerns should outweigh protection of human life. The legal precedents set by Hartford lawsuits influenced how liability worked for decades afterward. The question of who bore responsibility when a crowd was endangered. Venue owners, event operators, safety inspectors, government regulators got clarified through years of litigation. The answers weren't always satisfying, but they created a framework that made future cases more straightforward. The fire demonstrated how quickly a normal situation could become a mass casualty event, which changed emergency planning across the country. Fire departments drilled for scenarios involving hundreds of victims. Hospitals created surge capacity plans. Mutual aid agreements were established between neighbouring jurisdictions. Hartford showed that local resources could be overwhelmed in minutes, and that preparation for the worst case wasn't paranoia, but prudence. The religious community in Hartford wrestled with the theological implications. How to explain senseless tragedy, how to offer faith-based comfort without minimising grief, how to help people maintain belief in a just or caring universe when faced with evidence of random catastrophic loss. Different traditions offered different frameworks, but all of them struggled with the basic unfairness of children dying at a circus. Some survivors lost their faith entirely, unable to reconcile the fire with any concept of divine protection or plan. Others deepened their faith, finding in it the only framework that could hold their grief without collapsing. Still others developed more complex relationships with religion, maintaining practice and community, while abandoning certainty about the big questions. The fire tested belief systems and reshaped them, sometimes breaking them, sometimes forging them stronger. The children who lost parents in the fire faced particular challenges growing up. Some were raised by relatives, some by family friends, some entered foster care or were adopted. Each path carried its own complications. The trauma of the fire was compounded by the loss of stable family structure, by having to navigate childhood and adolescence without the parent who had died, by constant reminders of what had been taken. These children often formed bonds with each other as they aged, finding understanding among others who shared the specific experience of losing family to the Hartford fire. They created informal support networks that persisted into adulthood, checking in on anniversaries, attending memorial services together, offering the kind of support that only someone who truly understood could provide. The passage of time didn't erase the fire, but it did change how it was carried. What had been raw grief became integrated memory. What had been disabling trauma became manageable scar tissue. People built full lives despite the fire, or sometimes around it, finding careers and relationships and meaning even while carrying permanent loss. The fire didn't define them entirely, but it was always there, a before and after marker that divided their lives into two distinct eras. The documentation of the fire, photographs, films, recordings, became historically valuable but also ethically complicated. Images of people in panic, of bodies being removed, of grief-stricken families. These were real people's worst moments, preserved and potentially exploited. Archives had to balance historical preservation against respect for the dead and traumatized. Some materials were restricted, viewable only by researchers with a legitimate need. Others were made public with appropriate warnings and context. The fire challenged Hartford's civic identity. The city wanted to be known for its industry, its history, its contributions to American life, not for a disaster. But the fire was part of the story, whether anyone wanted it to be or not. Eventually, Hartford found ways to acknowledge the tragedy while also celebrating resilience, recovery, and the positive changes that came from learning such painful lessons. The memorial evolved over decades from temporary markers to permanent installations to eventually a place of quiet reflection designed by artists and architects who understood that memorializing tragedy required subtlety and space for individual contemplation. The site became a place where people could sit with their thoughts, where the magnitude of loss was acknowledged without overwhelming visitors, where memory was preserved without sensationalism. Each year, the number of survivors who could attend memorial services dropped. Each year, the living memory became a little more fragile. There would come a time when no one alive had been there, when the fire was entirely historical rather than lived experience. The transition from memory to history happened gradually, person by person, until one day the last survivor would be gone and Hartford would exist only in documents and recordings and second-hand accounts. But the lessons remained embedded in law and practice and culture. Every fire exit sign, every sprinkler system, every capacity limit on a venue was partly Hartford's legacy. Every fire drill that felt tedious was justified by what happened when people didn't have clear evacuation plans. Every regulation that seemed excessive to business owners was written because someone once thought older regulations were sufficient and people died proving them wrong. The Hartford Circus fire stood as a permanent answer to the question of whether safety measures were worth the cost and inconvenience. Yes, they were worth it. Obviously, terribly, undeniably worth it. The fire made that argument with a clarity that no amount of statistics or risk assessments could match. People had burned alive in a tent that could have been made safer. People had been crushed in exits that could have been wider. People had died because prevention seemed expensive until it was compared against the actual cost of disaster. As the sun set on that terrible July afternoon in 1944, and as the sun set on each anniversary afterward, Hartford held the weight of understanding how fragile safety is, how quickly ordinary becomes catastrophic, how trust in public spaces is both necessary and dangerous. The circus had been a place of joy that afternoon, until it wasn't. The tent had been shelter until it became a trap. The crowd had been an audience until it became a panicked mass fighting for survival. And when the fire was finally out, when the last victim was found, when the smoke cleared and the counting was done, Hartford was left to carry what had happened. Not as an abstract lesson about safety, but as a specific, personal, devastating loss that touched families and neighbourhoods and shaped the city's character in ways that would never fully heal. The story ended, in the historical sense, when the flames were extinguished and the investigation concluded and the lawsuit settled. But for those who were there, for those who lost someone, for those who carried burns or trauma or survivor's guilt, the fire never quite ended. It became part of them, integrated into identity, a permanent marker of before and after that shaped every moment that came next. And now, decades later, the fire exists in that strange space where lived memory meets historical record, where personal tragedy becomes public lesson, where specific suffering illuminates general truth about risk and responsibility, and the terrible efficiency of fire when all the wrong conditions align. The Hartford Circus fire remains a reminder that crowds are precious and vulnerable, that safety requires constant vigilance, and that the trust people place in public spaces is a serious responsibility that can never be taken for granted. The afternoon that began with such ordinary hope, families dressing up, buying tickets, walking toward entertainment, ended in smoke and fire and loss that rippled outward through time, touching people who weren't even born yet, shaping regulations and practices and awareness in ways both visible and invisible. The circus came to town, and Hartford learned what happens when temporary structures meet permanent consequences, when safety is assumed rather than ensured, when the gap between good enough and actually safe gets revealed in the worst possible way. And through all of it, through the investigations and the lawsuits, and the regulations and the memorials, and the decades of processing and integrating and trying to make meaning from meaninglessness, one truth remained constant. The people who died that afternoon deserved better. The people who survived deserved better. And the only way to honour both was to learn every possible lesson and apply them so rigorously that such a disaster could never happen again. The fire burned for less than an hour. The aftermath continues still. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.